Call in order. Can you guys hear me? Call in order.
That's good.
They don't work. They don't work.
None of them are on.
Make it turn.
Thank you. Call in order the City of Seaside and the City Council Success Agency to the Redevelopment Agency. It's a special meeting in council chambers Wednesday, May 31st, 2023, 6 p.m. Roll call, please.
Council and Agency Member Miller.
Here.
Council and Agency Member Burks. Council and Agency Member Garcia Arizola.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem and Vice Chair Pacheco.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Oglesby.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you so much. I will ask Councilmember Garcia Arizola to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if he would, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. We'll go into item number 4, which is the review agenda. I do want to make 2 notes. The Councilmember Burks is running behind. She has a conflict, so she should be here after a while. And then the city attorney also had a conflict, so she will not be here this evening. City Manager, do you have anything to offer for a change or add to the agenda?
No changes at this point, Mayor, members of the council.
Okay, thank you. This is the only point changing, so if it's not now, hold your breath.
If I may, Mayor, I'm just going to add one item towards the end after we wrap up. We'll have a robust discussion on possibilities on some of the options for the council. Don't want to end it without engaging in that towards the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I do anticipate some type of recess around the 8 o'clock hour or sooner if staff needs that break. Thank you. We'll go to item number 5, which is public comment. Members of the public wishing to address the city council on matters underneath the jurisdiction of the city of Seaside may do so at this time during public comment for up to 3 minutes. We ask that you comment on presentation items at this time and that you hold your comments on items that are on the agenda and comment during that public comment session for up to 3 minutes when that item is called. It will be helpful for the public if you would, and the record, if you would state your name. Public comment is open.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Carla Lobo, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Good evening. Clarifying question. I realize that these study sessions are only giving us an opportunity to speak right now during the public comment and actually not have a dialogue during the presentation, asking questions within the presentation. So my question to this dais and to this presentation is, when does the public, aside from listening to the presentation, because we're not given the opportunity to dialogue and ask in-depth questions about the presentation that we're receiving, when is the public going to have that dialogue with the presenters and the city dais? Is that going to be when it's up for approval and we send in our questions, comments, dialogues that we want to have? Because as it stated yesterday, the only time that we have an opportunity to discuss or even ask questions with regards to this presentation is during this public comment. There's no other discussion. There's no other opportunity for us to actually have meaningful engagement during this presentation about this particular budget when the presentation is happening and at each individual item line that we're having the discussion about. This is not a conversational input for the community. This is a listening area or space that we are having right now. It's not an actual dialogue. If I were to ask my questions now for every single line item that I had last night, we'd be here more than 3 minutes. So this doesn't give me an opportunity to actually have meaningful dialogue and input on this budget if we're only having a listening session. That's what it is for the community, is a listening session. So my question again is, when are we having an actual discussion where the community actually has dialogue with the individuals that are presenting, specifically our accountant, so that we can better understand and have our questions answered? But not only that, have dialogue on why the expenditures are so high and why we decided to focus on police, the first tier of that plan, strategic plan, versus everything else. Now, this is supposed to be the community's opportunity to have those questions, and we can't have that unless we have meaningful engagement and actual dialogue. Someone giving us a presentation and us sitting back and listening and taking notes, and then potentially sending it in or having a public comment during the hearing of this budget when it is being approved is not sufficient enough time. So even if we have a third session like this, that third session should include dialogue and conversation with the community. I had a lot of questions for the police chief and a lot of questions for HR and other areas of this budget. And I didn't have that opportunity because, again, this is a listening. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone to make public comment. Mayor, no other members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comments closed. City Manager, did you hear any issues, questions, or concerns you can speak to at this time?
Mayor, the structure, do you want me to, Mayor, speak to the structure of this?
Well, I can, me and you can go back and forth, but you can go first. I think you're on strong ground. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and the public we serve. Typically, we have sessions at which questions are posed to the council in the public forum. The items that are agendized are dealt with by council members individually. The body politic, the council itself, sets the policy by which staff functions. And during this time period, before we formulate a budget, we formulated the strategic plan, which was a public meeting at the Embassy Suites, day-long session. Pursuant to that, we established through the leadership of the council, the strategic plan by which we formulated the budgets to carry out the 5 initiatives that were laid out on that date. We've carefully over the last few weeks then assigned, based on historical and present analysis, values to those strategic goals, and that results in the budget that we have before you. Typically, call to the public is 3-minute comment in this city, and can be dealt with generally, but the level of discourse is limited to comments general to the comments made. The individual members of the public, by virtue of their elected representatives, are given representation in that format through their leadership, through their policy discussion that we have here. The public is invited to make comment during those sessions that can be addressed by the council, but general discussion, interactive discussion is not something that is done, legally recommended, or administratively sound, in that the only ones that can direct discourse between members of staff and the city council is the city council. So that is the proper format that we follow.
Thank you. I'll just take a few seconds just to add some thoughts to that. The public has plenty of times to add their thoughts to what the budget looks like and how it's going to be dealt with. The budget has been public for, I guess, a week now. This is our second evening as a budget study session. public is can take their 3 minutes to ask questions during that 3 minutes. If you choose to use your 3 minutes to say how the process is not being well done, then that could have been 3 minutes so you can ask as many questions as possible. This is not the type of process where we stop each section, each department head and have 3 minutes of questions, because if you do that, then you have more questions than you have time for. So that's the way a council meeting is always run, and this is no different from that. We believe that this portion of the budget adoption will come back on the 15th. If it's not adopted on the 15th, then we'll have another special meeting. The public has another opportunity to take their time and ask direct questions there. I will open it up again at this point for public comment, like we did last night, and people can ask questions directly on the budget, directly to that department head. And normally we don't have department heads go back and forth for some type of dialogue. What we want to do is make sure people have an opportunity. So go ahead, City Manager.
And one further point of clarification, just to exemplify the process that I outlined, the finance director does have some answers to questions that were posed yesterday, at which point we couldn't answer. So whenever it's up to the discretion of the mayor, he can provide those answers and further input. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just talk for another 30 seconds and then we'll go to you, and then we'll open up public comment. Maybe you will answer some questions. But I just want to go to the fact of there's no way for the city council, when we meet, 3 or more of us meet, we are guided by the Brown Act, and there's no way to allow the public to have dialogue with the city manager's employees. That, like he said, that's bad administrative, and then for us, it's bad Robert's Rule of Order, and then it'd be pretty hard to follow that as we relate to the Brown Act, because if we had public comment after each department head, that would take days, because we want all the public to have their 3 minutes. So let me, Victor, go ahead and answer as many questions that you have answers for, and then what we'll do is we'll make sure we are taking pretty good detailed notes of questions asked by any public going forward. And I would ask each department head to make sure that they hear a question that relates to their department, be prepared to answer that either this evening or on the 14th or some other meeting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Oglesby, members of the council. I did put together some a few slides for some of the questions that were asked last night that we didn't have answers at the moment, but we pulled some answers together for today. The first question was about the $17,500 that was in the city manager's budget in fiscal year 22-23, but no dollar amount budgeted in the 23-24. That line item was for Art and History Commission projects that were above and beyond the $3,500 base amount. And as of now, staff has not received a specific budget request from that commission for 23-24, and that's why there's no dollar amount for the coming year. At the time, that commission liaison was in the city manager's office, and that's why we put the budget there. Since then, it's moved to recreation. Yeah. The second question was about the projected fund balance for the city housing fund. I just wanted to clarify, there's 3 city housing funds altogether. 246 is the fund where we put the half of the TOT, the short-term rental TOT. And that's the fund we were talking about last night, 246. We're projecting a fund balance at the end of next year of $775,000. I wanted to point out, since there was a question about how long it had been in existence, it's been in existence since 2019-20. And you'll remember that was the pandemic lows for short-term rental TOT. So those dollar amounts were fairly low at that time. And also this fund does pay for our housing staff costs. as well as 50% of our short-term rental compliance software. Then the other fund, housing fund, is the merged housing fund, which is 297, and that is part of our redevelopment, originally redevelopment dollars. And that fund balance is projected to be $5.3 million at the end of the next year. And then the third fund is Fund 997, which is a housing settlement from a development settlement many years back. And that is projected to have $1.2 million in that fund at the end of next year. So the total housing dollars at the end of next year are projected to be $7.3 million. And if you want to see that in the budget document, you go to page 35, where there's a fund analysis of all our funds. And the very second line after the general fund is our housing funds. So you can see those totals there, but I have them all wrapped together, those three funds rolled up together in that line. And then the third question that I looked into was considering the police support division. We had one extra officer and 3 admin positions rolling up into the support division incorrectly. So we'll get that fixed. I'll just say that overall for the department as a whole, the budget is correct. We just had some of the positions going into the wrong division. And those were the questions that I had written down and provided answers tonight.
Did we hear any answers, all the answers to any questions we had? Yeah, and I think we probably answered a lot of the questions from the public yesterday, but again, I want us to keep track of that. So city manager, department heads, make sure we keep track of that. And I know it was a question a little earlier, maybe the person will jump back on, but we need to firm up as it relates to how much money we're putting into policing and the police department. I will go to public comment now. Public comment is open on our budget study session.
Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Carla Lobo, you now have the floor to make your public comment.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I'm having connection issues.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So my comments with regards to the process was merely to understand the interactive communication between the community and the our accountants. So I understand that our elected officials are the ones that are representing us and are the ones that yield the wheel of our budget, but still the discussions need to be had. So even if it does take a long period of time, a separate meeting aside from this could have been put in place in order for us to have a more robust dialogue on these strategic goals, but not only that, how they featured itself in our budget so that we can meet those goals. So as we see it now, I just want to put out some numbers. Right now, our city of Seaside is about 30,000 individuals. The city of Salinas has way more that, up to close to 200,000. Their current proposed budget last year of 2022 was 16.8 million. Right now, we're running our police department at 16 million. So even though we had the strategic plan and we sat here for one day, I also wasn't able to attend because it was last minute. But we didn't have another meeting to engage the community with that strategic plan and those goals. But in those goals, they were very clear. And yes, they did tackle a lot of individual goals as a community, and also incorporating our specific community members of the most marginalized cultural communities in our city. What we failed to do was the importance of how to put these goals into process in the way that it benefits the community and also the dais. Right now, we're heavy on policing. We are becoming police city. And the fact that we're only 30,000 individuals and we're already carrying a budget of 16 million, that is close, which is a 0.8. 16.8 million is Selena's 2022 budget, which was a 13% increase from their 2020 budget. We're sitting here saying that, if I understood yesterday, is that we're going to have an increase of at least 500,000 coming in 2024, 2025. So my concern is that the objectives of these goals that were put in place for the strategic plan are heavily influenced on policing and policing only. That takes up majority of our pie. So that is where my concern is. So when I have direct questions, that is for that police department and that budgetary expenditure, because we're looking at expanding that come once campaigns.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Members of the public in the chamber, please approach the podium. Members of the public on Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature or dial *9 if you're calling from a phone. Mayor, no other members of the public have indicated they wish to make public comment.
Thank you so much. Public comment is closed. City Manager, did you hear any questions, issues, or concerns you can speak to at this time?
I have no further comment, Mayor, members of the council, other than in unfocused discussion between members of the public and staff. As issues come up, do not put the public on full notice under the Brown Act as to the sequencing of it. There's risks to that, not just in time, but also administrative risk. But other than that, I didn't fully understand the premise behind it. Our costs for policing are reasonable, given the regional funding for various police agencies. I do stand by that. In terms of costs proportion to the general budget, I think are aligned also with the region. But we do have a greater emphasis on the social services aspect of policing in terms of the backup that we provide, and also programs that offer alternate things such as lights on and these other programs that support members of the public. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. Those are definitely valid questions from the community about how much we spend on policing. But overall, when I'm out and about, and other council members can speak when we come to these issues or concerns about what they're hearing, and what I hear, it's about right. In fact, they may want a little bit more policing. So that doesn't mean we give them more. It just means when I'm out on balance, I hear that we have it just about right. So we will continue to look at all departments and make sure that we are not overspending in any department that we don't need to spend in. Having said that, let's go back to the budget study session, which is, again, this is the council's opportunity in a public setting to hear from the city manager and a finance director about their proposed draft budget. And so these numbers are not locked in stone. These are the first time they're presenting to us. And so we may have some questions and hope the public listen in to find out what's going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Continuing on with the budget study session, we will pick up with the Public Works and Engineering Department, starting with the budget summary. Looking at the top, we have our number of full-time employees for fiscal year 2022 was at 39. That increased for fiscal year 2023 to 48. And in fiscal year 2024, we have 46 proposed. Personnel services is proposed at 6.4 million, services and supplies at 12.4 million, capital outlay and debt at 7.7 million, and our internal service and central support charges at 724,000. total expenditures for the department are $27.2 million. Of that amount, here we show that there's 98,000 committed to the strategic plan, but as I mentioned yesterday, all of our CIP projects really should be attributed to our enhanced physical infrastructure priority. So that number is really will be corrected and will be quite a bit higher than that. And then ongoing regular operations at 27.1 million. Moving to the next slide, we can take a look at the departmental revenues. This department is supported by fees, fines, and reimbursements at $2.2 million. Special revenue fund at 7.7 million. That's largely our funds like the Huda gas tax funds for street work. The enterprise fund is 1.3 million. That's the Meaning water system. Internal service fund at 1 million. That's our fleet management. Grants and other revenues at $364,000, and the remaining $14.7 million is supported by general taxes. The public works and engineering expenditures are budgeted to increase by $3.6 million. The change is mostly due to CIP capital spending. Capital spending, of course, is irregular due to project timing and funding availability. Overall capital outlay is going to decrease by 3.3 million on a year-over-year basis, with some categories decreasing on such as stormwater, government facilities, and parks, but other categories increasing, such as streets. And this is in comparison to fiscal year 22-23, which is about $7.5 million. And with that, I will turn it over to Isha Patel to provide the department's service summary and accomplishments and goals.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Oglesby, the public and staff. I'm Nisha Patel, Public Works Director and City Engineer, and I'll be giving you a overview of the Public Works Department.
Get the mic closer to you, please.
Okay, thank you.
You can bring this over.
This one's better. Okay. So the Public Works Department consists of two divisions, engineering and maintenance and utilities. And maintenance utilities, they maintain and repair parks, streets, the water, sewer, and storm drain systems, government buildings and city vehicles, and they also oversee municipal and professional services contracts with local and federal agencies. Engineering manages capital projects, oversees environmental review, regulatory compliance, permit issuance, and development review. In 2023 to fiscal year 22-23, the Public Works Department accomplished quite a lot, despite being only 50% staffed in engineering. And the projects that they completed are Broadway lighting, the trailer for City Hall staff, Fire Station 1 exterior doors, and the exterior, Ellis Park improvements, vehicle maintenance, roof replacement, San Pablo Bridge assessment, pavement management program report, traffic calming program, fiscal year 21-22 pavement rehabilitation, slower speeds in school zone signs, Del Monte Manor low impact development, Noche Buena storm drain, replacement, Fremont Broadway arterial T sewer main replacement, the SCADA security upgrades, water master plan, and phase 1A campus town building and soils removal. And for fiscal year 22-23, the department's even more ambitious. We're trying to complete the city hall and library parking lot, police department parking lot, city facilities plan, fire station 1 kitchen, fire station 2 design, the courtyard roof replacement, Soper community building carpet, trailer for Fab Lab, 1583 and 1579 Del Monte Boulevard improvements. That's a city-owned building. San Pablo Bridge design, Highland Otis Park, the Parks Master Plan, Lincoln Cunningham Park basketball court, Fremont Center medians, Fernando Park, Lincoln Cunningham and Havana Lace concepts, Ord Terrace School crossing improvements, Hilby Avenue traffic calming concepts, bike safe grates, street sign upgrades, Co Avenue and General Jim Moore Boulevard intersection, fiscal year 22-23 pavement rehabilitation design, sidewalk improvements, storm drain master plan, the 90-inch storm drain outfall, CMP replacement, Sutter Street sewer replacement, sewer master plan, well replacement design, and phase 2 campus town building removal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Councilmember Garcia-Zola.
Thank you for that presentation. I have a question regarding, you stated that you completed the Broadway lighting. If I'm not mistaken, there's still a certain strip on Broadway, a street that's not completed with the lights that are hanging out.
Okay, I wasn't aware that that portion wasn't completed yet. I know that we were planning to fill that in.
Yeah. And my question is, the reason I asked that is because does it fall under the Christmas decorations, or where does that fall under? Because I'm not seeing.
I believe there is
Broadway.
a CIP that was in the previous budget, not this one that you have a copy of. So 22-23, there was a Broadway lighting line item.
And we're still going to pursue finishing Broadway, correct?
Correct.
So if it was in the past budget that we had, why isn't it in this budget?
Because I believe we were trying to finish it this fiscal year.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. So what are the Christmas lights entails? Because if I'm not mistaken, I thought we purchased the Christmas lights for Fremont already.
Okay, I
see a
would
request.
have to defer to
I see a
Dave
request.
Fortune about the Christmas lights on Fremont. He's more familiar with it.
I see a request for $15,000 for 2024
Okay.
for Christmas decorations. So I just want some clarification on that.
Councilmember Arizola, this is Dave Fortune, Superintendent. So that money is going to be used for replacement decorations on the existing tree at City Hall, along with adding more decorations for lowering to finish off Lower Broadway with the decorations.
Perfect. Okay. And okay, that's my questions that I have so far. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mayor Pro Tem.
The first question, I initially was going to ask the city manager yesterday, and he please jump in as appropriate. But he suggested that I put it over here because a lot's in your responsibilities, but I think it's across the board. And my first question, I want to make this perfectly clear, is it's my opinion, but I think it's also, if we can in this process learn or look at things differently, that's my goal. So if it comes across challenging. It's to make us better. It's not a commentary on what a fine job I think you do. So the city manager, so again, the plan was to ask, yes, the city manager is responsible for day-to-day operations. I continually see we get cost estimates across the departments, especially for capital improvements and consultants. These often exceed the initial approval that I thought was the final amount. Therefore, providing information that was not initially finalized and making the council re-agendize the item and possibly then asking for more funding and then forward and then possibly delaying the overall project.
Mhm.
Has there been any thought or discussion to visiting the process and getting more complete items on the first presentation of the capital project or consultant rather than bringing it down the road as such as part of the overall process? And again, that's meant initially for you, and you suggested to bring it to Ms. Patel. So the door is wide open to anybody that wants to answer that.
And before we get, I asked Ms. Patel to fill in. When we engage services, commodities, or when we commit to a CIP project, I have to push back a little bit because each one has a different format. So I don't want to consider them all the same. When we bring on consultants as professionals, we don't typically estimate because they're professional services. Professional is defined as an intellectual pursuit. They come in and render opinions based on facts that they put together. They give us certain rates. If we don't have the complete picture and they're trying to estimate something that, for example, relating to a general plan, whatever that is less objective and more subjective based on their analysis. So when changes occur there, their professional services, again, intellectual pursuit, more difficult to estimate. There's a role for that. Other estimates were other areas where we buy items. It's when we get commodities, a printer or some piece of equipment for another department. We typically have a better grasp of the price at that point and what it involves, subject to market fluctuations relating to time and supply chain. That's a little different. We're a little more accurate on those, much more easier to quantify, a little less different on the professional services, because again, we're dealing with the product of someone's mind. But I think where you're mostly concerned with is on the public works projects involving capital improvements. There's either short-term or long-term, and it typically involves a project based on estimates, engineers' estimates based on the complexity of the project. There's the base amount that we put out to bid based on the original estimate of the engineer. We see who comes close, and that's the guide for, are they hitting the mark or not? Sometimes we may have missed something, but when you get into a construction project, there's so many components that they don't always hit the mark. And that is why one of the reasons that we have contingencies on smaller projects, the contingency is typically higher. On larger projects, it can be smaller. Then there's another component that's not included in that original estimate, which is for the services of the construction management. We bring in a third party who works for us, the city, in keeping track of the project, so we don't have to have additional staff to do that. They monitor the progress, they come up with a punch list towards the end, and they write herd on the project. When it's close to completion, they come up with the as-bills, and so, but we can't have that in the original estimate. We don't know what the product itself is going to be at that point, and we can't ask the contractor to include the estimate for the construction management in it because their interests are opposite. One works for us, one works for them, even though it may be paid as part of the development. Then there's another portion involving CIP projects that I'll let Nisha get into, if that's okay. But I hope that brings some clarity into the areas of cost that can change. Nisha, can you go get into
Yeah.
the CIP,
Yeah.
which is, I think, the lion's share of what you're asking for.
So for consultant contracts,
What we want to do is we want to be succinct in our answers and our questions, which, this is a budget study. So the philosophy of why we do what we do and how we can do better is probably left to another discussion. So please answer the question. And
okay, so for consultant contracts, when the amount changes, we come back to council for a request for additional amounts. It's various reasons. Sometimes it's because once they get into to design and they've looked at survey and they've started designing the project, they realize there's something else they need to address, or there's stormwater that they need to address. So they might have to add scope. But oftentimes we're adding scope to a consultant's contract for a totally different service, but they can't give an estimate on the cost of that. Like for construction management, we might use the same consultant that we use for design, but they've all said that they don't want to give an estimate for that until they seen the plans, or the plans are complete. And also when the contractor is on board, because they know what the timeline of the project is. It's like a 70-day working day construction period, for instance. If they don't know how many days it is, they don't really know how to estimate for it.
Thank you.
And then construction's a whole different answer.
Hope that helps. I'm sorry.
I'll just say that I just hope you think about it, and I'll just leave that, the process, up to you all. You mentioned, and I just added the question, and I apologize for not getting that. Well, I think last year, or that last 2 years, we pushed really hard to get Public Works up to, a good fare to do with the work that you have to do. And I noticed that you you lessened your staffing by 2 people. My question will be why, I guess. Why? I think I saw 48 to 46 in your report as far as staff. Did I not see that? As far as how many staff you have? Didn't I see number drop by 2 people? And I could be wrong.
I think it's Public Works maintenance staff. And Dave Fortune, the superintendent, he had realized he could find some efficiencies and have some existing staff cover another position. And so we didn't need to fill 2 of the positions. I mean, I can.
Yeah, I'm concerned because 2 or 3 years ago, they were requesting for more manpower. We fought that fight pretty hard. I think the mayor was involved in that fight real hard, and correct me if I'm wrong. And because of the work, not the amount of parks, the amount of streets, the amount of this, the amount of that, I think the mayor in this, I was very adamant at that, and he listened to my concerns. And we pushed based on back in the early 80s, they were at a huge amount, like probably 50 to 60. So we were trying to slowly increase it with the fight. And now I see you're down to it. And we want to provide services the best we can. And when I see numbers drop after we fight, to me, that's, I'm conflicted. I'll just use that word. So that's my concern.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Superintendent Dave Fortune. So when we started the budget process, we were asked to cut funding based upon the projected dollar amounts, and the way to get there without cutting each department's budget, because there's so little compared to it. We had to freeze some positions for this year to be able to get to that number.
That, for me personally, I may agree or disagree, but I appreciate the honesty in the answer. Because I just remember it being a real fight. Moving on to get you more because of the need. Let's see here. I'm sorry. Page 177. Sidewalks improvements, line item 212-8960-9578. You budgeted, I believe it's $150,000. Can you just let us know what the sidewalks are concerned? And so what are we doing with $150,000?
We're planning to make sidewalk improvements that are city's responsibility.
Okay, my question.
So
I think that's.
those would be areas that are not shavable, like total replacements that are tripping hazards.
So those items that are 2 or 3 inches tall.
Over 2 inches.
Yeah,
Correct.
right. So those are there, and sooner or later you'll come back to us with areas that you'll be improving to get the contractor to do the work. Is that what I'm hearing?
Sure.
Okay. Traffic calming. I think it's the line item 212-8960-9580. I believe it's on that same page.
Yes.
Project budget was 640,000. Is that for Hilby and San Pablo?
Correct.
And is
Traffic
that
calming for
for
both
the
of those.
funds, is that for the physical improvement of those streets to slow traffic and create safer streets? Or will that, and to complete the project, or is that just for the
That is,
planning design, as you would call it?
that is to complete the project, but until we complete the Hillby traffic calming study, we won't know exactly what improvements that they're recommending, but we'll, with the budget we have, we'll make some improvements.
So what
And then
you-
if we need additional, because we don't know what the cost is, we'll have to come back.
Exactly.
But San Pablo is included. Or Terrace is also paid out of that line item, but we don't need any additional funding because we're coming to council tomorrow.
So just for my clarity, so we will see physical improvements on those streets this fiscal year. On San Pablo and Hilby. as you
Next
mentioned.
fiscal year.
Yeah. Next fiscal year or this fiscal year?
Well, this upcoming,
23, 24.
correct.
Okay. The patch truck, and we talked about this, and probably Dave is online, so he probably can answer it. I remember being very costly. So they could do larger chunks of roads. Is it being used? How effective has it been? And with the numerous concerns about potholes and areas, is there a good goal to use it more frequently, or are we using it as frequently as possible? Because I personally, and I don't, not everywhere in Seaside, I just haven't seen it for a long time.
We
So-
are, go ahead, Dave.
So currently we are using it. We are using it on more utility cuts. An example is at the parking lot number 1. Yeah, I don't know if you saw the big plywood that was up there where the meter from the old building was sitting. And because we were waiting for PG&E to remove the power so that we could set a new power pedestal. And so they finally did. And so we were able to repair that. We've used it on other utility cuts throughout for our different utility divisions. We are currently working with the engineering department on the list for funding that we have for pothole repairs that they're working with the contractors. So we're trying to figure out exactly what areas they're going to be able to utilize with that funding before we go in and start making repairs, and then they come through and tear out what we've already done. So we want to make sure that we're not doing an area that's going to be done under the contract. So as soon as we can finalize that part of it, we'll start working in the other areas in the maintenance department.
That's great. Thank you. The San Pablo Bridge is budgeted at $750,000. In my memory, that when we discussed the 3, I think it was 3, the one that seemed to have the most energy cost over $1 million. Is that correct or not correct? And will the $750,000 be for the long range solution? Is it just for the planning and design? Is it, what does that 750 get us?
Okay, so we budgeted for 23-24, what we could complete in that fiscal year, and then budgeted the rest of it for the next fiscal year. And that was the reason why we did that. And what we're able to complete this fiscal year, or what our consultant has said we can, is design of the demolition of the bridge, design of the reconstruction of the bridge, and then demolish the bridge so that they can investigate the abutments to see if they need to include that in the design. And then put a bid package together. And so that's what 750 will buy. And then we could put it out to bid in the next fiscal year.
So what I'm hearing you say, just to clarify for the people that are listening. So the goal is basically 2 phases. Phase 1 is the design, the tearing down of the bridge, etc. Phase 2 will be 750 for the building of the bridge, in the simplest of terms.
750 is for all the design.
Right.
And then the demolition of the bridge.
Right.
I think there's a cost in here for the next phase. It's in the 6-year CIP or 5-year CIP, but it's over another, it's like in the millions something. Yeah, it was 2 million.
2 million for the building of the bridge after we.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot of money. The Lincoln Cunningham 3-part effort, marquee project, however you title it. I understand the conceptual plan after Thursday, hopefully, it'll be an $80,000 concept, which will give us a route for the new walkways. Will the $380,000 that is budget create a process plan or the planning, or will it be able to complete the construction of the walkways? If not, is there a ballpark estimate to complete the Lincoln Cunningham walkways, park walkways?
So we're in the concept phase right now and the community outreach phase.
Right.
And so next year we would do the full design. And so the amount that we have remaining in the phase 1 trails and the additional money would complete the design of the 2 parks.
Okay, just help me out. I'm going to try it again because maybe I didn't express myself well enough. If Dave Pacheco wanted to go and understand you wanted to do the design, I get that. But we wanted to do and let's say money came from heaven. We wanted to complete the walkways of 1 phase of the Lincoln Cunningham walkways. How much more money would that cost? Is there a projected amount for that 1 park, 1 walkway?
Yeah, I did an estimate of it before and it was around, I think, 2 million for both parks. So I think it's going to be or a little over 2 million. So it might be, I don't know, like 1.
So we're going to
like over 1.2.
Yeah. I talked to the recreation director and he mentioned about $1 million approximately for the Lincoln Cunningham and a little less for the other park because it was smaller, which makes sense. Okay. That's unfortunate, but it is what it is. And just my thought is, I don't know where the money's going to come, and I don't have that good relationship to God where he comes down with $1 million or $2 million. But if there's a way somewhere to find that $1 million, because if it's going to be a marquee project, and if it's a priority project, however you phrase it, it's important. I'll just leave that thought. We talked about the Walk of Fame yesterday, but I think I saw this line on it. Maybe I didn't. But if it does need a few more dollars because of the cost last year compared to the cost this year, it should be comparative, right? So I'll just leave it at that. What is, it's on page 185. What is the, and just for those that, you explained it very well to me, and I really appreciated that over the phone, but I think people need to know, what is the MCWD intertie?
Okay, so we'll design and construct an interconnection to the MCWD water line, which is in General Jim Moore. And this is in case we have an emergency and need potable water, which has happened in the recent past. But CalAm cannot serve us anymore. They have their own water issues and concerns. So we'll connect either by building a water line along Broadway or on San Pablo. If it's on Broadway, it'll be from Mescal to General Jim Moore. And if it's on San Pablo, it would be from Nadina to General Jim Moore.
Just because I'm curious, that was a great answer and I really appreciate that and I better understand now. But why does CalAm no longer want to, is there a real solid reason or just because they're tired of that block or whatever it is?
You know, they've indicated that they have a water shortage issue and they wouldn't be able to serve us in another emergency. They did say something about, you know, charging us water credits.
That's good enough.
Okay.
I think that's it. And thank you for your patience with me.
Anyone else? I have a couple points I'm gonna heard along the way. The when we talked about the San Pablo Bridge and you presented a couple months ago, I thought there were 3 different options to fix the bridge.
Mhm.
And one was the, I guess, total makeover, the 2 million plus one. Is that correct? 3 different ones? Was there 3 different ones that you presented to us?
Yeah, there's one that we just do the superstructure, but the council had indicated that, you know, we wouldn't just do that.
No, I know what I'm saying.
Okay.
What were the 3? Do you remember the 3? And so, because I remember the one we don't want to do was just like staples into the sides, right? But I thought we picked the middle one. We didn't pick the $2 million option. But to me, it sounds like you just.
Correct. The first one was just making repairs. The second one was repairing just the superstructure. The third one is the superstructure and the abutments. So the the cost for this fiscal year would still be the same. But with the abutments, it might be slightly more for design. I think we have enough in case, but we still have to inspect the abutments to make sure that they're not damaged. Because if we just build the superstructure over damaged abutments, then you know we'd have a problem.
Right, and I'm not sure anyone up here suggested that. But
Right.
I'm trying to get you, how did the engineering department move all the way to the $2 million repair when the council settled on the middle repair, which was to, I guess, as you just say, strengthen and support, redo the superstructure. But your comments led me to believe it was already a done deal, that we were going to tear it apart, get into the abutments, and then move forward with the $2 million new structure. That's my understanding. I'm just trying to figure out, when did the council make that decision?
Well, council didn't make the decision. I just knew that we know how much we need to spend for this year for the second option or the third option. What was presented for the future fiscal years is just a forecasted number. So once we find out after inspecting the abutments, we'd present that to the council and let you all know what the situation is.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that between that last conversation. It sounded like more of a done deal to me. Then it was a point about the Hillby, again, the same thing with the Hillby calming options. We talked about, I understand what's in the budget, but then it was asked about which one of those options would be implemented, meaning which one of the costs of those different options would be implemented. It sounded to me as though you already have some in your mind that you was going to implement. And then again, I'm asking myself, when did the council get that information about what the report for traffic calming is, so we can have a better understanding of what we support out of that budget money. You know, we're going to put money aside. We support that, but it just seems as though, again, where's the council at in determining what they want to see on Hilby, because we haven't seen the report. So I would just throw that out, city manager. I'm waiting for the report. We don't know what traffic calming measures, options we have, and we don't know which ones the public wants us to finance and push forward.
Based on that, can you,
Yeah, we were just setting some money aside to make some improvements because they come up with different level improvements, like some easy improvements, some, something that's a little more involved. So we just set aside a little bit of money and put it in the budget.
No, I understand that,
Mhm.
but
the purpose of the set aside is to determine what? You're setting aside the money.
We just set it, yeah, I just set aside a little bit of money for some improvements. I don't know what those improvements are yet because they're,
that's what I'm trying to understand. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah.
We don't, because it's
nothing's been decided.
no, I got it, but, and I'm gonna move on. But that's very similar to the conversation we had about the well,
Correct.
right? We know we had to put money somewhere, but we had no clue where and when it was gonna go.
Correct.
And that's all I'm trying to do now is let the public know, we don't know what the calming measures are, but we have put money aside. And then I would just add in, when we talk about the patch truck, I heard the part about we're using it for utility cuts. And that went right past, in my opinion, went right past what the Mayor Pro Tem was talking about, is patching potholes. And so hopefully we are putting money in the budget to go directly at potholes throughout the year. And we talked before, throughout the proper time, right? We don't want you guys doing it during the wet season, but that's why we're trying to time it. And I heard you about timing it during the so-called proper months. So go ahead.
And just to add, Mayor, members of the council, tomorrow night, you have an item before you with pavement management. Joe, I forget his last name.
Ryrie.
We do like him, a great engineer. And the proposal before the council is to go ahead and fund that money that is requested tomorrow and allow them to go ahead and during the best part of the years, July, August, September, October, those are the driest months of the year, the warmest part of the year where you can do hot patch, you don't have to do cold patch, and it adheres the best, and get into a regular cadence where yearly the city gets into a hot spot program, for lack of a better word, that does patching around the city. We get Dave Fortune's list, we get the C-Click Fix list, and every information for defects on streets and potholes, and not just patch them, but even do a bigger cut if necessary, depending on the street. That's tomorrow night. The engineering firm will be here, and that's where we will make really heavy use of that truck
Okay.
and the equipment. Thank you, Mayor.
No, I appreciate you telling us that. And I don't mean to get away from actual budget and the numbers. But I know as we talk about how much we put into that pot for patching, we definitely want to maximize the patch truck for pothole patching. And Public Works and your department is doing a wonderful job with the resources that you have. It's just, as we talk about putting money into these budget line items, I don't want to go past the object of using the patch truck to do some patching. I do have a couple more questions. I don't know if Councilmember Garcia Arizola has any, but I'll be relatively quick. Are we doing, recreation is next, okay. On page 61, then what I have, for some reason,
I don't have page 61 because I didn't print it.
in my notes is page 261.
261,
Okay,
okay.
261. We're not to that yet, right? Okay.
Yeah. I think he's asking.
Do you, maybe, Mr. Patel, maybe you can still answer. You guys do the arch flash hazard mitigation, right? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, we will be doing it.
Yeah, but I thought I seen in the budget, it said it's on hold.
We
Yeah.
had to make some cuts. I mean, because of the budget.
No, that's, I understand. That's what I'm saying. That's, I don't know. I guess that's the CIP. We can get to that, but I want to look at that and highlight that because when we talked about it last year, we thought it was pretty important that we didn't want our employees to go up to that box and catch an arc of electricity, right? And then I'll just end by saying I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. You know, we fought as hard, well, City Manager, we fought as hard as we could to put more people in the Public Works Engineering Department. And I know as you guys figure out ways to cut back, when we talk about cutting back, what work is not going to be done by the extra employee. Now, if the department head says we can, you know, this year we can get by it not being filled, within, you know, we lean on you to make those suggestions. But, you know, we want to be able to give you guys the personnel that you need and to be able to get the work done that you guys say required. So that's why we go at, you know, does that make sense? And I think Dave explained it well, but we still want you to have as many people as you so-called can afford, right? And I'll just get my questions when we go to the CIP. Yes, of course. And then we'll go ahead.
Yeah, I just have to agree on that point with Mayor Pro Tem and the mayor when it comes to the freezing of these positions. Something that really struck me earlier was that you froze 2 positions because it would increase efficiency. How does decreasing personnel increase efficiency?
They found efficiencies with having another staff member perform a position we couldn't fill. We went out couple times, I think, for trying to fill the position. I mean, Dave Fortune can expand on that.
Yes, please.
Dave?
Yeah. So yeah, we've been having issues trying to fill the positions. We currently have 7 positions open in Public Works. And so we felt at this point, based upon the expected loss of, or, you know, the shortness of revenue, we thought that it would be better just to freeze those positions for this year versus, you know, totally cutting them. And we're not having to cut staff that currently works there. So we came up with freezing them for a year, and hopefully next year will be better.
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, who's we when you say we decided?
I worked with Nisha on that.
Thank you. That's all.
The mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just real quick. I guess this is more for Dave Fortune, and I remember the challenges of getting it to what we thought was a fair amount. So for me personally, and I'm sure no one may agree with me, and that's fine. If I'm up here and you come back for more positions next year in that area, it's psychologically for me, speaking of right now, this moment, it's going to be hard to say now we need them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying now, I'm just speaking for me though. When you go and you say you can meet those, and now all of a sudden, but it's just my own personal. So when you come back, if I'm around, just have a really good argument, because it's going to be hard to come back the second time after you ask for a reduction. That's just me.
Yeah. Well, you'll be around. And then part of it is the city manager makes the last call. So if it's frozen, it's because he froze it. Okay. just quickly, I think we're on what, page 177? So could you explain to me the General Jim Moore Boulevard intersection? What's proposed to be done with that?
Well.
Yeah, 177.
So we're, Cohen General Jim Moore intersection is an intersection with a lot of, traffic issues, and we're gonna try to get a consultant on board. This is actually, we'll only go forward with the project if we get a grant, which we applied for today, a competitive RSTP grant, because it is a lot of money, but we have to set aside money because we have to front the money until the grant pays for the expenditures.
Okay,
So it might be a roundabout, it might be whatever the designer determines needs to be done at that intersection.
and that is matching funds, or that's
No, this is just,
quarter, 25% of it, or what?
well, we're hoping that they cover, the cost of it. And that's,
You-
we're applying for a grant and we won't go forward with unless we get the grant.
You said the money's there, we need to put money there for what reason?
For, because we have to front the money because they pay upon expenditure. So the general fund fronts the money until we get reimbursed by the grant. But we wouldn't go forward with the project until we receive the grant. Like we knew we
Right,
received the
no,
grant.
I understand, Okay, no, thank you for that. Then and I'll just go back to the traffic calming. I guess that 640 is on Hilby.
Some of it's for Hilby and some of it's for San Pablo.
Okay, and then the bottom one, CIP traffic calming for 80, where's that at?
That's, I mean, the names are kind of switched, but how we've put in the money in the past is we do our on-call traffic calming contract with Parisi, and that's in that line item.
Okay, so Hilby and what was the other street?
San Pablo.
San Pablo, okay. And we believe it'll take all of that?
Yeah.
Okay. This is not the time, but I do think the council, we have to look at after the budget, how are we funding our stormwater costs?
Excuse me.
That's when you look at it, that's more than half, $1.5 million coming out the general fund, where we could find another place for that. Then I just highlight for the community on page 179. I think we're spending, if I read that correctly, Victor, for habitat administration, making sure we take care of the frogs and the flowers and the fauna and things of that nature out there. Just want to highlight for the community that it is a cost, whether we build on that land or not. And so we should be thinking about building on that land. Then turn the page to 181. I did have a concern, city manager, with last year, for reasons that I thought we all agree with, that we moved $50,000 out of the Havana Solis line item from 100 to reduce them by 50,000 to probably use that money for something somewhere else. I thought we made a commitment to make them whole in this budget. And so I'm hard pressed to see why they're still at 50. So we just need to keep a note of that as we move into the 8:30 hour. Then
50 left.
let me see if, okay. So my understanding is the 750 San Pablo Bridge tears it down, allowing us room to inspect the abutments. Is that correct, Misha?
It's to,
design and all of that stuff, but
just, yeah, design everything. And then we'll be also able to inspect the abutments if we demolish the bridge, which we need to do.
does the 750 demolish or not?
Correct. It's
So-
demolishing the bridge and designing it.
And designing.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear for the public, because see, once we close the books, we may talk about it every day, but the next thing they see is people tearing it down. And so this is the opportunity to tell them we're tearing it down because it has to be tore down. And then our next thing is to
inspect
look
the
about how to build it back up.
Mhm.
I just want to be clear.
Mhm.
Then I would ask the council to look and see that, we're not funding the center medians. Even though we talked about doing it in phases, we still have to find money for that. That's appropriate. And then it's $25,000 for a pump track. I'm sure that's a placeholder, but
That's to design a concept, to ensure that we can put it in the place that we think it should go, and to produce a concept so that we can go after a grant. Because like Marina went after a state parks grant, and we could do the same thing.
yeah, thank you so much. So that will give us a design. Okay. And then 182, which I really trying to scratch my head about, is City Hall Library parking lot. There's nothing in that item. Victor, well, what's
can
going
ex-
on there?
For this year.
So for the City Hall Library parking lot, you said it's on page 182?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, that's because we have enough money. With the 555,000 that's gonna be any remaining is gonna be rolled over. And we'll construct with that. It's planned to be constructed, I think at the end of September. We're putting it out to bid in July.
No, okay, thank you so much for that. Mayor Pro Tem, did you?
Just on your question, or someone's, because we talked about the medians the other day, just for clarity. I see that was $300,000 last fiscal year, or this, like just today. So that money, I assume, is gonna roll over until this fiscal year, or is that not true?
Victor, do you have it
So-
open?
You know what I'm saying? You got my question, if it's, because it kind of ties into what the mayor said.
Yeah.
If $300,000 was last fiscal year, we didn't spend any,
Inbox.
it costs, whatever it costs.
I think it's rolling over, right? It's
to
rolling
do it in
over, right?
2 or 3 if that goal is by this council to do it 2 or 3 phases.
We said 2 phases.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just
No, I got you.
broadening the scope. You have 300,000, if it's $1 million project, and I have no clue. You need 700,000 more. If you were, but you do have $300,000 currently.
Well, we spent a little bit on design, but we have we expect to roll over 292,000.
So if the council wanted to go forward with that in concept, they would have 292 as a starting point and then need to build on that.
Yes,
Right, for further discussions, we need to know what is the halfway mark. And what are we short for the first phase? The 2
Okay.
phases.
well,
Make sense?
yeah, I'd have to look at,
Well, I don't-
doing
I don't
it
wanna-
even medians, so
I
yeah,
don't want it right now.
okay,
That's what I'm saying. However you figure out how you want to divide it up, but we have to find that number. So if you could find that number for us.
okay.
Okay. Anyone else before we move on? All right, thank you so much. Someone told me earlier, this is one of going to be the hardest department to go through, because with the CIP and all that other stuff, you guys are doing wonderful work, and I know a lot of people didn't necessarily listen to your open remarks about, I think, the 20 things that you guys are working on and doing, but they're remarkable things for the community. And as we're able to chip them off, and we're trying to chip them all off this fiscal year. So it's a lot of work to be done. So we appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Who's in the hot seat next?
Okay, next we'll move to Recreation Department.
It's gonna be warm.
Starting with the budget summary. Authorized positions for fiscal year 2022 were 8. That increased to 12 in 2023 and is proposed again at 12 in 2024. Personnel services are budgeted at $3.6 million, services and supplies at 1.2 million, capital at 32,000, internal service and central support charges at $1.2 million. So that the total proposed budget is $6 million. Of that amount, $285,000 is planned for the strategic plan, and the remaining 5.7 million for regular ongoing operations. This department is supported by fees, fines, and reimbursements at $396,000, special revenue fund at 20,000, and then the remainder is supported by general taxes at $5.6 million. Overall, the department is budgeted to increase by 461,000. Personnel costs are projected to increase 288,000 on a year-over-year basis, as the department continues to rebuild, and also the cost of living adjustments that were provided. With that, I will turn it over to Dan Mewis.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, city manager, and the public. I am Dan Mewis, the Recreation Director for the city of Seaside, and I oversee the Recreation Department. And for starters, the Rec Department provides high-quality park and rec facilities, programs, services that meets the need of our diverse community. These essential services help connect people to place, self, and others. The department is responsible for the management of 5 major recreation facilities, such as the Oldmeyer Center, Soper Community Center, Tulo Swim Center, the Youth and Education Center, and Catino Park. While we do have 12 full-time staff, the department is mostly staffed by 100 plus part-time employees that run our services and programs throughout the department. We do have multiple divisions within the recreation department. We have sports, aquatics, teens, youth, preschool, older adults, and facility rentals. For the past fiscal year, the Recreation Department hosted a number of significant events, such as the 2nd annual Oaxaca by the Sea. We had hosted the new Survivor by the Game through the Resource Center. We had our International Day last year, and then our 6th annual Parent University. The Art and History Commission, which is now overseen by the Rec Department, helped with the redesign of the fire station mural. We also had the Youth Employment Program, which was highlighted through the National Recreation and Park Association's February national publication. And like I said before, we hire over 40 staff each year through the Youth Employment Program. So it was a big honor to be recognized through the national magazine. For 2024, we intend to expand our current programs and community services by adding multiple new programs and events throughout the year. We will focus on following strategic priorities, such as working with conservation techniques to complete the Parks Master Plan, which will be completed in the next fiscal year, as well as reinstating the farmers market, which will be starting in this year, but will be rolling through next year. And then continue that work with the Blue Zones project in Monterey County and work towards obtaining a Blue Zone certification. Some of those areas that we will be doing that is identifying a demonstration project, which is a smaller built environment project, becoming a healthy work site in conjunction. We'll be working in conjunction with the Human Resources Department on that one. Updating the city's smoking ordinance, as well as completing our marquee project, which we have discussed in the last presentation a little bit with Public Works. We also will work with the community to identify needs for our youth, teens, and our older adults. So with that, I will move on to the commissions. I believe we're moving on to that right now, right? So the rec department, we have three commissions within the department's purview. The first one is the Parks and Recreation Commission. I am the staff liaison for that one with assistance from the Public Works Director and the Public Works Superintendent. A couple of the work plan highlights for this upcoming year is that they want to create more opportunities for tree plantings in the city. They want to improve the quality of the Highland Otis volleyball court and continue to promote public input for projects such as the Parks Master Plan, Blue Zones Project, and other types of program areas there. The only fiscal impact currently in their work plan this year would be to improve the quality of the volleyball court at Highland Otis Park. And I do believe that their plan is to work with the Neighborhood Improvement Commission and solicit some ideas for some of their future funding with that. So moving on, we have the Art and History Commission. So the Art and History Commission used to be under the city manager's office, but now has been, over the last year, was moved over back to Recreation. Recreation Supervisor Keon Higgins is the staff liaison for that department or that commission. And a couple of their work plan highlights would be for this year is to create a plan to have local artists apply to an RFP to paint the city-owned utility boxes along the main roads. It's my understanding that we have approximately 10 to 15 that are under the city's control, and it's roughly $1,000 to $3,000 to paint those utility boxes. So that would be some funding that potentially would need to come into the budget for this next year. But once again, I know they are working with the Neighborhood Improvement Commission as well if there's some potential funding opportunities. And like the next one is collaborate with NIC. Some other options would be for some new murals throughout the city. So that's something else they're looking into. And then to advocate for building to preserve the city's archive, history, and materials. I think that that's an ongoing work plan item that they continue to push forward. And we need to figure out a way that we can preserve all of our history and archives that we have, which is currently at the Oldemeyer Center. And then finally, last year as well, the Homeless Commission got pushed to Recreation. And it's staffed by Derek Elder, the the family and community support practitioner. And some of their work plan highlights is to identify additional city properties to utilize the transitional housing, amplify support and improve current safe parking programs through the community through partnerships, and then continue to provide additional service to the unhoused. There was no fiscal impact that was provided to me at this time for that commission, but I know that they were still working on a couple of these programs that they did last year that had some success with the food insecurities program, as well as providing gift cards to a lot of the nonprofits during the holidays so they could push those out to families in need. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. I will like to say that I got some good news. I got some money that I can give back to the council, as I did find a mistake in the budget. So there was a line item that was improperly marked. And so there's $25,000 that can come back to the council, and it was under the 9,200 line item for 9,200-2063 publishing and legal advertising. It was listed as $35,000 and it should only be 10,000.
What page is that?
It's on page 199.
Oh, in our book is 201. Yeah, because I was coming after that. I didn't got me on that. Any questions? Council Member Miller.
My question's brief and just on one of the slides, 46, page 40, slide 46 on the Parks and Rec Commission. Is the commissioner list accurate?
That is not accurate. Since this was done, we have one subtraction from that list. So we do have one vacancy, and the chair has moved from Mr. Pacheco to Louise Gaines Lynch.
Thank you.
That was a while ago, right? That wasn't this week.
No,
Okay.
I didn't catch that from the slide.
Yeah, it's important that all departments relook over these slides and and not have the council catch these type of things. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a couple. The 12 staff people, is that 40-hour people or is that equivalent? 3 or 4 part-time staff could be more.
These are 40-hour people. 3 of them are in the Family and Community Support Program. 3 of them are in the Seaside Youth Resource Center. 2 of them are in facility maintenance, and the rest are within the, the rec department.
The teen center, the youth center, it looks like there's 193.000 to $500,000. And I think that's.
Those are part-time salaries for the youth employment program.
It's like a $500,000 increase. Yeah, I get it.
Youth employment is not $500,000. We want to get some of that back if it is. For youth employment? What page you on, Mayor Pro Tem?
This is, yeah, I counted 193.2000.
Can you give,
If I'm correct now.
no, can you just give us the page?
It would probably be 203 on your book.
It's.
Yeah.
Comes from, it looks like 140. You're more.
No, you're right.
That's IRC or something like that. I don't. Am I right?
That's
9310, yeah.
7170? Well, which page, so people at home maybe can follow us? Which one you say? 203, and then tell us what the name of it is. Forget the number. What is the name? Oh, you talking about the benefits? Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's what they got here.
It looks like it was doubled. Yeah, it should be half that.
So do we find another 150? So that's the one I had highlighted too. I didn't understand. I didn't understand how benefits. All right, what we'll do is we'll let them confirm and we'll pick it up in the 8:30 hour about that extra. Okay, so go ahead with your next question.
And the same thing, on my, intersection is 193.30.002, and I think it's. I think my credit, I think it's 23,230,000, but it's the intersection money. So it looks like, benefit, I don't know, maybe it's just 43,000. Yeah, something 43,000 now, under benefits today.
9320.002.
30, I'm sorry. Page 204.
9330, this, we merged this account with 9320, so there is some residuals in there. And there's a couple staff that are still allocated to it, and that's that 25,000. But all the other staff would have been moved into 9320.
I don't have the number. All that guys, but it's the athletics, and it looks like it was increased by $30 or $300 by a lot of money under athletics. I assume that was for staff. And I don't have that.
That's correct. We do have a full-time staff in the athletics department that was put in halfway through last fiscal year. So now that is where that funding is coming from.
I'm telling you, see when I see something that's significant change, I just wonder. And then. And this was the earlier question from yesterday. And I got a caution, I just wanted clarity. On the 17.5 under the art commission that was in the budget, yesterday's discussion.
Hey, can you turn your mic?
I'm sorry. The 17.5, that was part of yesterday's discussion. Does the art commission still have access to that money? Because I know they use it for refreshments, for the jazz, for the art shows, for the competitions. Is that money still somewhere in the budget, under your budget?
No,
So what I'm hearing is, I just want to make sure what I'm hearing. That $17,000 that was there last year for our commission activities related to food, related to awards, related to all those things that the art commission does on a quarterly basis is now gone.
there's the 3,500 for the commission. That money that was allocated last year was for specific projects that didn't end up occurring this year. For one reason or another, I know some of it was through some commissioners that have been on leave, so they didn't pursue some of the programs. There's another program that they're working on that didn't cost as much as that they were anticipating, and that money actually got paid for through the typical. There's a line item in the rec department under 9,200 that's also for the art program, and some of those costs were allocated to that line item. When the commission came back over to recreation, we were unaware of this account that had these funds, so we found other ways to pay for any of their activities that they were working on.
So in the simplest of terms, the money that they use for those activities and that you found money so they could still have those activities. That's what we're saying, and that's fine. My last question, and thank you for your patience as always. This is on Sunday Blues, and over the years, it's been around $30,000. Yeah, $30,000 approximately. For 5 weeks, 800 to 1,500 people. We know that the cost of travel has gone up. We know that the cost of bands have gone up. Sound system definitely has gone up. Promotion has definitely gone up. I'm just going to suggest or ask in the bestest way, and I'll fight for it later. $3,000 when you're talking with bands and stuff like that for a 5-week series, 3,000 to 5,000 in that window makes a difference when you're trying to pay members that come in from LA or out of state. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I have noticed that over the last year or so that with the rising costs of travel and gas and hotel stays and things like that, it has been a little difficult to get some of those acts from farther away. So I did increase a little bit, but it maybe wasn't enough to get some of those higher price acts potentially. There were some areas that we needed to, kind of look at.
My concern is because I've been around for a while and seen this series grow is artists are harder to find now. And we definitely don't want to lower the quality of the value, and $300 to $100 or $600 a week makes a difference if you're coming from far away. Does that seem like a fair comment, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Garcia-Zola.
Thank you, Mr. Mewis, for that presentation. I have a question regarding senior excursions. I see there's been a decrease in from 14,000 to 10,000. Why the decrease?
We weren't really projected to spend the 14,000. I think last year that I tried to boost it up a little bit to see if we could get some more trips in there. So I brought it back to what it was before. Prior to a couple years ago when it was at the 10, it seemed like that's kind of more like the magic number. However, as the same goes with travel and things like that, things are getting more expensive. So depending on the types of trips that we want to take with them, it could go up, in that retro, in that aspect, if you will. We also do pay for some of the excursions. Primarily the excursions were charged out of the Gardner Trust that the whole program is out of. And it wasn't until a couple of years ago that we added another line item for some extra funding for those excursions out of the general fund.
Well, I definitely want to be supportive of our senior citizen community, so I would appreciate we saw a little bit more there. Also, when it comes to teen events, youth teen events, I saw that there was a decrease of $1,000. Again, is it because we're not hosting as many teen youth events or?
That was another one of those line items that everything used to just be under consumables. And then a few years ago, we tried to space it out a little bit so we can allocate some specific funds just for that. And when we're paying for a lot of these services, sometimes it just gets easier to just put it into one account. So it's kind of been going back to, we're just paying everything out of consumables. And then we just have a little bit of a dollar fund in there that we know that that's going to go to some of our larger teen events, because most of them are on a smaller scale, if you will.
Okay. And then on page 204, going to our STEAM program supplies, we're mentioning that things are getting a little bit more expensive and inflation's going up. When it comes to providing quality supplies for our youth after school services specifically, one thing that I definitely want to see not cut is support for our youth. And I see that you increased STEAM program supplies, but is that a comfortable number of an increase that you feel would bring quality programs and quality supplies to the youth?
Yeah, I think last year was the first year that we actually had a line item specifically for those supplies. I think we're doing well with it, but we are seeing the inflation come in. So that's why there's that little bit of an increase there, just to make sure that we're covering those costs.
Definitely. And we know that always the first year of something it grows. I just want to make sure that you have the capacity to not sell our youth short of the possibility of taking advantage of these programs. When it comes to teen youth, STEAM, and senior citizens, I definitely want to see, I don't want to see anything cut there. I want to see investments. If that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Burks.
And totally new to this, but what's the difference between equipment repair versus like funds to maintain our facilities? Or where would I find the funds to maintain a facility?
Maintaining the facilities or
Projector or doors that don't open or open, like.
Those funds would probably be coming out of the CIP budget or building maintenance or government buildings. I think it has more of those kind of allocations there. The other kind of things would be fixing just smaller, small ticket items, not necessarily the big ones for the equipment repair.
And then can you expand on what the computer software is that you guys are?
So we have a variety of different computer softwares. We have RecTrack, which is our registration software, and that's the largest ticket item that we have. It costs about $8,000 a year to maintain that software. And then we have our scheduling software. We have there's other pieces for our point of sale that we do our online registration and things like that. So there's a few different pieces of software that we use that have yearly subscriptions.
Anyone else? I have a couple of quick points. I think it's a standard through all of it, city manager, when we talk about paying for printing services. Where do we get this printing services from?
That one is the main one is for our activity guide, and that we use a company out of King City.
Yeah, I think we do a lot of printing, city manager, maybe we can figure out a way to do it cheaper, not giving it to, but maybe looking around for cheaper methods, maybe some partnerships along that line, and we could talk more about that possibility. What is the 10,000 for mobile communications?
City cell phones, staff cell phones. It's roughly $700 a month for everyone in the department.
So everybody has a cell phone?
Not everybody. We have 7.
And we pay for the cell phones? Okay, and then I did hear, and I do agree with the senior excursions. We don't want to limit that, but that'll be for us at the 8:30 hour. And then the page 203, community support. Where do I find the summer youth job employment? Is the first question is on page 203, community support, what is that? What do you envision there?
Oh, wait, on what page?
Page 203.
That is the youth intern program for was allocated a couple of months or a couple of meetings ago.
Right, but remember, we have our own internal youth summer jobs.
Mhm.
And then we have this partnership with a couple of nonprofit agencies.
That's for the partnership for community support.
Both of those are paid for the coming year.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just want to be clear. All right, that's all I had. So let's go to whoever's next. Oh, I did have one more question. Come on down. What is a senior facility attendant?
That is the remarkable Miss Lamone's.
No, I didn't ask who the person is, but what is that position?
They're the ones, they oversee the facility attendant. That's my main supervisor that oversees all of the facility attendants.
Is that a code? Is that a code? Is attendant a code name for something? What does?
Those are the custodials
Yeah, I think
staff,
we're-
if you
I think
will.
we're- Okay, I think we can understand that one. That's no disrespect to anybody, but I was just trying to make sure it wasn't a different. Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
I have one more question for you, Director Mewes. I noticed here on page 201, equipment purchase went down from $22,000 to $10,000. What equipment are we talking about? Is it youth equipment for the kids?
That I just put as a placeholder. A couple of the larger items at Soper, we need a new freezer and potentially a new fridge over there. We replaced them at Old Meyer not too long ago, and I know that we do need one over at Soper, a new freezer.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, next we have the fire department, starting with the budget summary. Number of full-time employees in fiscal year 22 was 27. That remained the same in fiscal year 2023 and is proposed at 28 for fiscal year 2024. Personnel services are proposed at 8.3 million. Services and supplies at 623,000. Capital outlay and debt at 761,000. And the internal service and central support charges at 1.3 million. So that the total expenditure is proposed at 10.9 million. Of that amount, the strategic plan is budgeted at $2.8 million, and the remaining 8.1 million is for regular ongoing operations. This department is supported by fees, fines, and reimbursements at $362,000, grants and other revenue at $193,000, and the remaining $10.4 million is paid out of general taxes. Overall, the department is budgeted to decrease $115,000. Couple of notes: personnel costs are expected to increase by $65,000 as our cost of living adjustments take effect, and we have added one additional firefighter with being offset by a reduction in overtime. And with that, I will turn it over to Chief Gutierrez.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and members of public, city staff. Mary Gutierrez, Fire Chief for the city here of Seaside. Who we are. The Seaside Fire Department is an all-hazards organization serving the residents and visitors of the cities of Seaside and Delray Oaks. The department also serves the greater Monterey Peninsula through auto aid and mutual aid, and state of California through mutual aid. In 2022, the fire department had a busy year running 3,239 calls for service from a single fire station, balancing the needs of the community during an ongoing pandemic. That was an average of 9 emergency responses per day, combined with all their other duties. The department ran an additional 274 calls for service in 2022. The fire department is proud to be staffed with 26 full-time uniform personnel and 5 reserve volunteer firefighters. The city of Seaside is proud to coordinate the county's hazardous materials response and drone teams. Our accomplishments for 2022 include we helped coordinate 34 COVID-19 vaccine clinics for a total to this point of 100. The fire department hired and trained 5 new outstanding firefighters. All 5 are due to be off probation by the end of this fiscal year. There was an internal promotion to deputy chief, and that's Paul Blaha, who's sitting with me here. 2 promotions to division chief, 3 promotions to fire captain, and 2 to fire engineer. All this with the help of our human resources department. We hired 5 new volunteer reserve firefighters and who are trained by on-duty personnel. They're an incredible value to our fire department and community. One of our reserves was recognized this year as Monterey County's Firefighter of the Year. The department is proud to be moving forward on design of a second fire station. The current fire station had a full exterior renovation in 2022 with the assistance of Public Works and Engineering, which included installation of state-of-the-art, fast and efficient apparatus doors that allow us to have quick response. A beautiful mural was painted by Lynetta Murals on a fire station perimeter wall located on Broadway. This with the help of our Recreation Department and our Arts Commission. I'm proud to state that I was nominated as president of the Monterey County Fire Chiefs last year, and I still hold that position. Our goals for 2023 and 24 will continue to work with engineering and public works for design of the second fire station. We'll continue to work with Rincon Consultants who are doing an environmental study of Fire Station 2 site. We'll work with the city manager and the finance department regarding financing, construction, and staffing of Fire Station 2, slated to be built and staffed in September 2025. We will receive 1 Type 1 fire engine, 1 Type 3 fire engine for emergency response. We'll also receive 1 new command vehicle and 1 new utility vehicle. All this is combined with the efforts of our deputy chief and our division chiefs in getting these equipment in full service in this coming fiscal year. We will work with Public Works Engineering on the remodel of Fire Station 1. This project was slated for this past fiscal year, but because there were a lot of other programs that needed to move forward in the city, we put that off till next fiscal year. We've worked with Public Works and our fire station roof, which is leaking very heavily into our utility rooms this past winter. That will be under construction this August, so we're slated to run that project. I want to be transparent. In the last fiscal year, we asked for $160,000 to upgrade our emergency station alerting system. Since that time, I've met with the Monterey County Fire Chiefs Association. The Monterey County Fire Departments want to work together collaboratively. We want to seek a grant through UWASI or another avenue to bring down the cost and make sure that we're all on the same station alerting system. We don't want to put in a system in Seaside and then find out later our partners have a different system. And the Monterey County Communications Center has vowed to work with us to upgrade their CAD system and work with all the agencies. So that's a big project that we'll be undertaking. In addition to that, we are in the process of hiring 2 additional firefighters. To talk about budget requests and some of the highlights that I would like to project maybe before you ask the question, we did request 3 additional firefighters this fiscal year. The compromise was 1 additional firefighter, bringing our staffing to 27 on the line. The cost will be $181,000 for that person. But with that, we'll be able to bring our overtime budget down about $262,000. It's important for us to have this firefighter to build for the future of our 2nd fire station. It will also help us operationally for our call volume. It will help to reduce the injuries that we have on the line by our firefighters working excessive amounts of days in a row that are mandated for our minimum staffing. So we're very hopeful that this additional firefighter goes through in this budget cycle. The 2 additional truck command vehicles, they're $100,000 each that we're making that request so we could upgrade our fleet and bring them to industry standard. It's important in this day and age to make sure we have a clean cab initiative. We remove the carcinogens. Right now, our division chiefs have all their personal protective equipment full of carcinogens inside their cabs. So we want to move to putting them in a truck configuration so all their personal protective equipment are on the outside. So with that, we were also asking for 1 drone vehicle. Our drone team was deployed today. They were in Salinas assisting the sheriff's department and other agencies with an active shooter. They spent 9 hours out there today. We want to upgrade their vehicle so they can safely deploy all their equipment and their personnel. At this time, it's really difficult to get all of our drone team members deployed. They have to take personal vehicles. So we're asking for that $100,000 for a vehicle. We'd like to purchase a new high caliber drone for $18,245 and $20,000 for project management. So the drone program, we're asking for $138,245. And additionally, you'll see that in the prevention section, our contract services have gone up $75,000. Why is this? Well, with the Grand Hyatt coming on board this coming year, we're contracting out support from our current fire protection specialist, Carmel Valley Fire Protection. They'll help us with all the safety features and plan reviews for the Grand Hyatt to make sure it's successful. So with that, I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation, Chief. Very well done.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So you laid out your fiscal year goals 23, 24 very well. It's very clear, it's very concise. Are those items budgeted in this book?
Yes, all these items have been budgeted. Some are already paid for, and like some of the equipment we're receiving.
And then as I asked the police chief, the fireworks are a growing problem. I think we all read that, seen that, and heard that. Is there anything in the budget that you're adding or suggesting or already in the budget to help minimize or lessen the explosiveness of that issue?
So initiatives regarding the fireworks, most of it surrounds making sure we have a budget for our drone team, because they're very important during that process. This year, as Chief Borges spoke, we're collaborating with Salinas Fire, and they're going to give us their command van. So we have partnerships with our task force. They're going to help us to reduce the budget. So and some of the overtime you see in our budget, it supports that period of time for those 3 or 4 days with additional staffing. So I feel as though we have what we need in our budget to support those efforts.
I have not heard you quickly. Are you asking for an additional drone, or did I not hear that?
We're asking for 1 additional drone.
Which would help in that area?
It will help in that area and bring us to the standards that CAL FIRE has at this time.
Okay, and my last question, I promise, is 24, 25, 25, 26, you're gonna have a new facility, a new fire station. And let's say, and I'm guessing, it may cost $1 million more for staffing. Probably more, but let's just be safe, around about numbers, $1 million. How do you envision, and let's say it's 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 people, whatever, it doesn't really matter. how do you envision, phasing in it? Yeah, you're gonna get potentially one this year. How are you gonna phase in down the road? Is that a fair question?
I completely understand. I've been meeting with the finance director and our city manager on different options of, and one of the options was to hire this additional firefighter that puts us one ahead. Optimally, we'd be hiring 3 a year for the next couple of years to get to that place, to get to the 9 that we need to staff that station. But we continue to meet to talk about different funding options to ensure the success of the construction and the staffing. So that's an ongoing conversation that we're having.
In a nutshell, it's a work in progress to get where you need to go.
Yes,
Thank you.
welcome.
Councilmember Garcia Arizona.
I just have one question, but before that, I just want to thank you for this presentation. I think it's very well thought out, very impressive, and I've seen the turnaround in the fire department dramatically, and I'm just honestly impressed by you. So thank you for that. But on top of that, I see there's been reduction to training and education in both fire training and fire prevention. Why is that?
In full transparency, I needed to make that 6% cut across the board. So what I did was take a certain percentage out of every category to reach that 6%. So I made a decision, would talk to my division chiefs to see where we can make those cuts, but continue to have that quality training and education, but do more of it in-house and do more of it collectively with our Peninsula partners. One way we're doing that is we brought an in-house instructor coming in June, late June, to teach a driver operator 1A. It could cost us $1,000 a students to send them off to go to school. Collectively, all the fire departments are sending students, ensuring one instructor at a minimal cost. So we're going to come up with a way to have our training, but at a reduced cost this coming year.
Perfect. And then just for the long term, do you project a savings in training and education once Fire Station 2 is built?
I don't see a savings in training and education. I see an increase as we onboard up to 9 additional firefighters and continue the training and education for our current one. So I see that increasing.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Miller.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. This might be for Mr. Damiani. The last year we went to 151 Delray Oaks calls on the slide, but in here I don't see the Delray Oaks. Do they pay us through the grants and not the revenues, or what's the amount that we were compensated for that, and where could I find that? Thank you.
I actually have the page here. I have City Seaside FY 23-24, page 63. Under the fire section, general fund. And I did note, and Mr. Damiani is aware, it's under fire contracts and it's 227,515 for 23-24. But it is incorrect here. It's showing 165,988, and Mr. Damiani is aware it will be adjusted. So our contract is 227,515.
So is that line item 3614 on page 64?
Yes.
And is that per call?
No, our contract, we have a 3-year contract that was reinitiated last year. So we do receive 220, it includes the pay increases. So per year, it averages $250,000 every year. So this fiscal year, we'll get that 227, the following fiscal year, then we'll renew the contract. They're very happy with our services and our community outreach there.
And in your professional opinion, is that a good contract for the city of Seaside?
I think it's an incredible contract for the city of Seaside. They've deployed it in different ways in the past. They did it per call, becomes complicated. So we have a solid contract that we work out between the city managers and our city attorneys, and it's a very good amount of money for the community efforts and the call volume, which you could see it's not significant, However, we do all their inspections. We do a lot of other things outside of running the calls for them.
Thank you, and thank you for your service, and thank you to the deputy chief.
Is there anyone else? Councilmember Burks.
So I see that the amount of drone use is beyond doubled, right? Is one more enough? And do we have enough funding to support and maintain the drones we do have? Because I know technology can easily need updates and.
I feel, after talking to our deputy chief and our drone, person that runs it, they're ecstatic. It's taken a lot. We've had to get grants to get our drones, so getting the support of our council to buy the additional drone, give the $20,000 to support the program and get them a vehicle, they're ecstatic. Last year, we were able to, with a little bit of money that you approved 20, we're able to actually get them in some shirts, which we're purchasing. They're coming in, I will say, a city of Seaside drone team, and we got them some caps and a few things to enhance their services. They spent 9 hours today of volunteering their time. So we're very happy with the amount that's hopefully going to be allocated this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Am I done?
Yes,
Yes, thank you very much.
welcome. We did have the 8 o'clock recess schedule, so let's go ahead and take the resource. Let's use the time as a resource and take a recess for a good 10 minutes. All right, thanks. We stand a recess.
to line items throughout the fire budget, none of them significant. And they all washed out with the increase in revenue. Something, but I'll let them know.
Calling the City of Seaside's special budget study session back to order. Go ahead, Finance Director.
The next item we'll look at is the capital improvement program. The Seaside capital improvement program consists of a 5-year program that outlines our current and future needs for capital funding in the following areas: government facilities, parks, special projects, stormwater projects, transportation projects, municipal water fund projects, and sanitation district projects. The CIP is comprised of 118 projects with a total cost of approximately $302.8 million, but that's across all years, including the 5 years, and then we have a category for out years as well. For 23, 24, 25 projects have been identified totaling approximately $13.2 million that are recommended for appropriation. On the next slide, this might be a little bit difficult to see, but this shows the CIP broken out by category and then again by funding source. So each one of these pie charts is the same total, just categorized differently. So you'll see on the left that the largest category is government facilities at $6 million. And second is transportation at $4.2 million or $4.1 million. If we look at the funding source, you'll see that the largest funding source is special revenue and grants at $7.8 million. And the general.
Though you may have a hard time.
I am. Yeah.
For the next presentation, if we need to just break these slides up into more slides, I think it's better for the public to be able to read it.
I made mine a little bigger on my screen. Now I can see it. 7.8 million for special revenue and grants. And the second largest funding source is the general fund at $4.2 million. Enterprise fund, which is our municipal water system, is $380,000. And then the Seaside County Sanitation District at $770,000. With that, I am going to turn it over to our city engineer, Nisha Patel, to touch on a few of the highlights.
Thank you. Nisha Patel, Public Works Director and City Engineer. I went through all the projects we're planning to do in the next fiscal year, and up on the screen are a few highlights of what we're planning to do. There's about 6 projects. The trailer for a fab lab, that's a new trailer that we'd have constructed, delivered, and we'll have computers, internet, fax machines, other technology so that the public can use them. And the city manager knows a little more about it than I do, but he said that there is a PG&E grant available that will supply all the technology in the trailer. All we have to do is provide that shelled trailer. So fire station number 1 improvements, we made some improvements this year, the exterior and the doors. And next fiscal year, we'll work on the kitchen and the bathroom remodel. And then in future years, we'll do some more painting of the fire station. We'll also install an automatic gate to the front and rear of the station, construct an administrative office, retaining wall, and rehabilitating the parking lot. The phase 1 trails project, I touched on it a little bit before, but that project will this fiscal year, we'll design the park improvements and the trail connecting Manzanita, Stewart, and Lincoln Cunningham. We may not be able to design all the park improvements, but we should be able to design some of them and the trail, similarly as we had put out Catino. So we'll have $649,000 between the rollover and what we've asked for this fiscal year. San Pablo Bridge, we've asked for $750,000, and that will design the demolition and the reconstruction of the bridge. And then once we demolish the bridge, which we need to do to be able to inspect the abutments, we'll be able to complete the design. And then in hopefully the following fiscal year, we'll reconstruct the bridge. And fiscal year 22-23 rehabilitation project, which we also call phase 5, is the next rehabilitation project. And that project will design and construct several streets. The pavement will rehabilitate the pavement of those streets. And that will be as determined by the pavement management program and the pavement rehabilitation policy that the city council approved on February 16th. And in the upcoming year, we'll also design and construct a hotspot project, which will repair large potholes throughout the city. And that'll use 25% of the fiscal year 22-23 general fund year-end operating budget surplus, which is $614,000. The MCWD intertie project for $325,000 will design and construct an interconnection to the MCWD water line. And that's just in case we have an emergency and we need potable water. Sometimes we have some issues with our well, and we had that earlier this year, and this would provide us some water in those types of situations. The project will involve constructing around 400 linear feet of 8-inch water line in Broadway from Mescal to General Jim Moore, or through San Pablo from Nudina to General Jim Moore, and connect to MCWD's water main at General Jim Moore. The project also includes installing a 4-inch water meter and 4-inch pressure reducing valve station. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Very well done. Mayor Pro Tem.
Just 2, 3. Is it and you are the professional, you are the one that knows far more than I. But my question is, on the phase 1 trails, you talked about the 2 different parks to do trails. Is it feasible to focus on Lincoln Cunningham and get, the plans or design, whatever it is, and the construction of that, and then move on to the second one next year, year after, whatever it be, to save money as far as getting something done rather than stretching it out over monies with both designs? Does that, I know what I'm trying to say. I'm asking to get something done on the Lincoln Cunningham with the design and the construction. After that's done, as a completed project, move on as a way of moving some of that design money for the other park over to this side.
Yeah, we could do that.
Would it save us any money? Or if you want to move some dollars over from the design of that park over here to get it closer to the goal of getting that done?
I think it could save some money because we're designing it all at once instead of like in pieces like we did Catino.
So what you're saying, I hate to be a test here, but this is our priority project, and I know that's not the right word. So what you're saying, it's cheaper to do the design for 2 versus completing the design of 1 and getting it done. Is that?
No, I think it's cheaper to do it all like one at a time because you're focusing on one.
So we can
instead
save
of
some
having
money. Okay.
having them start like doing in pieces.
So I just, for my clarity, and I apologize. So what you're suggesting, it might be better for us to do Lincoln Cunningham design and building, or whatever it is, as soon as possible, and then go on to the Havana Solis and get that done. Is that what I'm hearing, or is that just what I want to hear?
No, you heard correctly.
Okay. Then, and I just want to ask this question because we had a conversation today, and I think you explained it. The hotspot program and the money that you're allocating on Thursday, their potential possible contractors, they're going to do the deeper work, the major repair of the pothole areas where the city vehicle, yeah, it's expensive, will be doing less detailed work or less work. Is that a true statement?
That's true. The work that we're designing right now is for the work that the contractor will do. And those are dig out repairs that are deep in the full section of the pavement. The vehicle, the patch vehicle that we have right now doesn't do that, like saw cut it out like a perfect square and then repair the pavement the same way. The smaller potholes is what Dave does repair currently and then will repair. And so we're working with the maintenance department and Joe Riley from PEI to determine which ones the contractor will do and which ones in the list Dave's group will do.
That makes good sense to me. I'm questioning if I should ask this question. There was a lengthy discussion at one time and concern by residents about this well. There's the well that was supposedly, rumor had it, whatever, however you want to phrase it, at Lincoln Cunningham, which was a mystery thing. But however you want to, is there movement on that, or is there money budgeted for that somewhere, wherever that somewhere is?
There is money budgeted. It's rolling over from the previous fiscal year and we are moving on it. We're still doing some hydrogeologic studies and some other surveys. We're waiting on some modeling from the water management district to still determine which location is the ideal location to recommend to the council.
And I'm going to go back to this one thing because it's really important. Back to the phase one trails. So if we know via you and Mr. Mewis that the trail for Lincoln Cunningham is going to cost, to do the actual physical work is going to cost about $1 million, $1.1 million, whatever it be. And then the 50,000 was for the design for both parts.
I think
You're limited to the savings because you're just going to do the design, potentially do the design for one, and you could potentially move some money over to the construction or whatever it be. Does that make sense to you?
yeah, I mean, we will have 750. 750 was for the San Pablo Bridge. Between what we'll have rolling over and what we've asked for, it'll be 649.
I thought we had 750,000, and I'm probably wrong. What was the amount? I am wrong. What was the amount for Lincoln? Kind of 380,000, right?
Yeah, and then I added that to what we have rolling over, so we'll have 649,000.
So 600 for the walkways. I don't care about the bridge right now. I mean, the bridge is wonderful, and I get that.
The walkway and some other park improvements.
I'm just trying to get. There's a lot of concern about the walkways because of the safety issue, because it was in the park master plan in 2005, etc. So if we can get, and that's the larger park, I'm trying to get us potentially, based on this, focused on just trying to accomplish that. If there's some savings that we can put some money over and not do the design for Havana Solis and use those funds to whatever. Are we in? Is there any opportunities for that? How much would that cost? I'm just trying to narrow.
To move over what money?
If the park design for Havana Solis, let's say, cost us 100,000, I have no clue. That could help us get the construction done faster if we added some more money. Is that, they're focusing on the one park versus the both parks with design and whatever?
Yeah, we won't be able to construct anything with 649. We'll just be able to design the trail and the park improvements. But yes, you can focus on just one park.
And my thought process, I think the council knows my thought process. I won't be repeating myself, but I think you all know to focus on one park for the whole thing and get it done. Then work on the bed as soon as whenever that opportunity presents itself. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Anyone else? So just to pick up where the Mayor Pro Tem dropped off, I won't spend a lot of time because we have a lot to go but when we're talking about 650,000, city manager that doesn't get us no gravel laid, then I have concerns with that. I don't even know what that means, right? You know, we can get 3 employees out there and just with some shovels to flatten it out. But to sit up here and it's not on you, but it's just, you know, I guess it's the times of the cost of stuff. And so the council is really going to have to look at that before we just say, go spend $750,000 designing something. And then that design equals 3 million, then we can't afford that. So that's definitely not on you. It's on a discussion we need to have. But I think one thing we do need to take out of that discussion is you said something about the walkway design and other park improvements. Could you give me an example of what those other possibilities are?
It's whatever comes out of the concept. I mean, we'd come back to council and council would decide what other amenities that you'd want to actually construct or design with the trail.
Okay, now I'm just trying to make sure. Just to take a minute, right? That's the issue we got to solve is why do we want to pay them necessarily to design something we have no intentions of paying for, if that makes sense. Maybe we can have them design it later. So just want to go through the CIP real quick.
I think that that Dan is actually going after a grant. So that
Right. Well, it's two things. Now that you brought Dan up, what we need to do, Cement, we need to figure out who has the right numbers and who is actually we need to talk to and get presented the right numbers. Because I hear a number that coming out of rec department and I hear a number coming out public works, and so we just need to decide. Public work is the lead on the actual numbers of the construction. You know, like I said earlier, you know, you guys are doing a lot of things. All the public has to do and all the council has to do is look at all these things you guys are doing. And so the main focus is to make sure we do them right and we get them done. And so part of that is trying to make sure we get some level ground over there in Lincoln Cunningham Park, notwithstanding the cost. Now we are to the page 161, the ARC/hazard mitigation for 30,000. Was there any reason why we put that on hold? I mean, I guess the easy answer is the money, but out of all the things to put on hold, why did someone think that was okay to do?
Yeah, that was a last minute removal out of the CIP budget because we were over our amount that we were designated for CIP projects.
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah. I guess that's something the council can do, but that sounds like, you know, when you talk about, well, okay, we just need to keep track of that.
Can I just add for this?
Go ahead, Victor.
Can I just add for the water system? Unlike the general fund where
The water system?
yeah, the meaning water system. Yeah. Unlike the general fund where our unallocated balance is getting lower, and we're keeping an eye on that, the water system really doesn't have the resources to take on more than one project this year. The system just doesn't have, our operating outlook is good for the system because the rates have been raised, but we have capital needs that have not been taken care of for many years, and we would have had to have higher rates for a longer period of time to have accumulated funds to be able to do more projects for the water system. So it's
About the arc flash,
yes.
right?
So
Yeah, I
so
understand.
we really were just faced with
But-
choosing one or the other.
No, I
Yeah.
made that from the start that I
Yeah.
know. So if
Right.
like the Mayor Pro Tem said, if it was raining millions of dollars, you guys would do you would do everything. But I have to ask the question of when it was presented to us, it was a very high level safety issue. And I'm trying to imagine what happened. Maybe you guys, maybe someone in engineering negated that hazard. But I didn't hear that. I just heard we had to cut money. And so now if we find the money, maybe we'll figure out how to find that money.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. And I'm almost done. Again, the Havana Solis should be made whole. I see city ADA improvements. And I think City Hall refurbishments. Is the ADA, does that cover the doors? It's on page 264. Line item number 10. City Hall ADA improvements, there's nothing in there.
264, okay. 264. Oh, yeah, that's a future project. I don't think we ever had anything in there. It was always forecasted out.
Okay,
We're gonna relook at our DAC survey. And now that we have new staff coming on board, we can take a better look at that and come up with a plan.
well, okay, so City Hall ADA improvements, I know we were supposed to be looking at something about the doors. So then again, is the City Hall library parking lot, is that rolled over money?
Yes,
Okay. And then you have item number 30, line item 38, phase 1 trails, and I think you guys just talked about that. But then next year you have 2.4 million. Victor, do we have that money? I mean, it's a number that you put in there for next year. Well, I hope you checked it.
Yeah, that's the cost that she put in there. Do we have the money? That'll be a decision. Like I said, in our long-term forecast, we use an assumption of $3.5 million per year. So
Well,
whether we follow that assumption or not, that's how I forecast out. But
but don't your forecast have 24, 25 balancing or not?
yes,
Okay, so it has 2.4 in there.
those, right, this whole column for 24, 25, we wouldn't be able to fund the full column. We'd have to make some decisions.
I got it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that. No, and that was my whole point, right? So we have to think about, we're designing it and maybe get a grant, don't get a grant, but it's a real conversation about, do we have the money ourselves to spend it? I mean, to actually build it next year.
Right.
So I'm just, we don't need to build false hope about we'll tear it down this year and we're going to build it next year, because the difference between what we probably actually have and what we need is probably significant.
I would agree.
Yeah, million or so, right? Because you got 1.3, right? It don't, it doesn't. And then, the urban greening Blue Zone Marquee project. I think that's kind of like the phase trail, the trail phase. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we're talking about two separate things and giving them separate definitions. But the Blue Zone Marquee project is connecting those three parks with a walkable trail. And then eventually what's inside the park, amenities, right? So city manager, we move forward, we just need to make sure we're talking about the same things at the same time. And then what about, well, same thing, Victor, you would say same thing about the 2 million about the San Pablo Bridge.
I would, and we put them all in there. We can't necessarily say that the general fund would have the money to spend it.
No.
We can apply for grants and look for other funding sources. And it's good to know the total costs, but
No, I understand. I just had to verbalize it to make sure the community knows that these numbers have to be adjusted, and have to be adopted again next year. But
Correct.
sometimes staff says it's in the budget for next year.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go. Okay, I think that was.
Now it's just going.
Go ahead. Okay, that's all I had. Again, I just want to thank all of you guys. It's a lot. The CIP is a big ticket item, putting them all together, but we are spending, what'd you say? I know it's 13. What was the total number? 30 projects, totaling right now $13.2 million that we are funded to do.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our city engineer. Okay, go ahead and continue, Victor.
Oh, I'm just gonna, we're moving on to the fee schedule, and I'm gonna turn it over to Jessica Riley, who's gonna cover the fee schedule.
You can just log into my laptop, yeah. Hello, and lastly, I'm just going to give a brief overview of changes to the fee schedule that we're hoping to adopt with the budget for fiscal year 23-24. So per city ordinance, the guidelines for any changes to the fee schedule are that increases should be done on an annual basis using a particular inflation index from the Bureau of Labor Statistics called the San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose Bay Area Urban Wage Earners and Clerical Workers Consumer Price Index. And we're also guided to recover the full costs of providing services, and we're not supposed to make any kind of gross profit. It's just a cost recovery guideline for our fee schedule. Financial analyst Juan Carlos Hernandez updated the fee schedule that you'll see in the adopted budget. That's on page 328. For the year-over-year change in this index that was reported as of April 2022 in the amount of 3.6%. We just want to highlight a few changes to the fee schedule that were outside of this 3.6% inflation adjustment, and explain why they were different. In the engineering department's section of the fee schedule, there's a sewer connection fee that's adjusted by a different inflation index called the San Francisco Construction Cost Index, and that increased at a much higher rate than the 3.6% inflation index that we used for all our other fees. One fee in the police department actually saw a decrease and this was for accident reports. The fee for fiscal year 22-23 was $50 per report. And we proposed aligning the fee for accident reports to be what we charge for other documents from the city clerk's office, which is just 25 cents per page. Fees that we are removing from the fee schedule include are also in the police department area for parking citation administration review and parking citation hearing appeal. And the justification for removing the fee for these items is because this is largely done online and does no longer includes any of the police department staff time. And we just want to note that the residential portion charges for the recreation department were not increased by CPI. These charges remained the same. Only non-residential charges were increased by CPI. And this is in line with past practice to keep fees reasonable for residents and the cost recovery policy that the recreation program works along. And that concludes my presentation for the fee schedule. I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm just gonna, there's some numerous questions, simple questions on one area. And that's it. It's on page 348. Traffic advisory stuff. On page 20 of well, the fee schedule, page 20, it's on page 348 if you're looking at the book or our book. It says there is a $70 fee for application for the Traffic Advisory Committee. I believe it, this is my opinion. I believe as a city of service and a resident making a request concerning their safety or impacting their quality of life. Why is there a fee?
This is related to staff time. We reviewed this fee last year and we interviewed the engineers who would have to do the work to go out to the area to do the research and to create the staff report. And based on how much time they would take, how many engineers who would be working on this project, we estimated that the average staff time could be well over $168.
Well, if there's ever time for discussion, we'll discuss that. There is, I've never heard of this, so I apologize. There's a $25 fee for a blue curb review. What is a blue curb review?
I believe that's consideration for a handicap parking space.
That makes sense. That's a good, yeah. Okay. And again, I would ask the same question. This is a service that we're providing and people have issues regarding health. My last question on that issue is if the Traffic Advisory Committee recommends and the city approves a red curb for safety purposes in front of a resident, the resident has to pay for the painting. So I know a resident on Helby Street said they got an approval and it's costing them $1,000. So therefore it stops them from moving forward. Why, if it's a safety impact that involves our residents, are we charging a fee? I understand staff time, but I mean, if our job is to promote safety, why are we pretty much disallowing the safety of that potential resident unless they have that $1,000?
I just want to make sure I understand your question. So are you saying that the city should perform the painting services?
Yeah, that's my personal opinion. If it's a safety issue for that resident and our job is to protect the safety of our residents, that's my perspective. And its staff is already there to do work and we're paying them. It's just my personal opinion, but why? So I guess my question is, why charge them a fee if it's during city hours other than it's staffing time? And because for that we would be charging for countless things if we look at the broader picture of things.
Well, I think we would charge them first or give consideration for staff time because this is beyond their regular duties. And in addition, it's also along the guidelines of the ordinance for our cost recovery is but as far as I'm not sure I understand the cost relating to painting, Would is the council member requesting that we consider possibly a new fee or a new
I'm saying
service?
just For me,
Mhm.
I would say we shouldn't charge them because it's a safety issue for a resident as well as the permit, but that's just my personal opinion. So going on to the next area,
But I will note this with the Traffic Advisory Committee liaison, which should be the engineering department, if
and I
we can
I
provide that
understand
service.
And hopefully we'll have at least a
Mhm.
chance to vote no on that concept, and that's fine, or yes. That may be consideration. The same thing for a business. A person, a business person, I'll pick on, because I know him personally. And there's been more than one. Angelina's, he had to come in and get a permit, he had to pay a fee. The goal is to enhance business opportunities. So therefore, in the back end, we get revenue from the taxes. And then I'll just try to check, and then he had to pay $1,500 for someone to put up a 12-foot blue curb, green curb, whatever it was. So that way there was 2 hours parking and the signs associated with that, which in turn is not business friendly. So what, I guess, why is that fee being charged, Mike? I was trying to put 2 questions in one.
Well, I think there's several fees that are being charged in this scenario, and we'd have to look at the individual departments who are charging those fees. So we'd have to look at the planning department probably to understand the permitting fee and what also sounds like a signage fee. And again, reach back out to the engineering department regarding the fees associated with green curbs.
Okay, that's good for now. We'll talk about it later. Thank you.
On that same note, I just have a quick question as to where the money is redirected when we say it's usually for cost recovery when we're charging a certain fee.
Mhm.
So for example, if we're putting a 30-minute sign in front of a business and we're charging the business $1,500 to put up a sign, right?
Mhm.
Is that what it takes? That just for the sake of transparency, because we get asked this question. Is that what it takes to implement the sign? Are we paying for outsource? Are we outsourcing people to come and put up the sign?
Oh, largely these fees are based on a fee study that I believe we used the company NBS to perform the citywide survey. And I believe the study was last done in 2013. So I think what that implies is that a lot of our fees are probably underestimating our true costs.
Okay, no, I probably should have not asked that question. But thank you for that.
Anybody else? Right, Councilmember Miller.
Thank you. I just have two quick questions. The police department's not here, so on the, he's online. He's on. Thank you so much. On page 41, we have dog licenses unaltered. I assume that means not spayed or neutered. Is that unaltered? $28, but an altered dog is also $28. And as the city, I do believe that altering an animal stops reproduction at a massive rate in feral cats and feral dogs. So I'm wondering if there's any rhyme or reason why the price for unaltered or altered is the same, and if that's recommended to be changed to entice people to have their dogs spay and neutered, which is more humane.
Well, I'll answer just initially, even though I'm sure Nick is online, just so I can bring some background information for changes we made last year. And last year, we did decide to reduce I think overall fees for dog licenses and especially for senior citizens, because a lot of people were just struggling with the cost. And that was just the experience that the staff members in the police department were reporting. And but you're making a good point that maybe we should differentiate between unaltered and altered pets. So if Nick is on the line, like to ask if he can respond to that portion of your question.
Is he there? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and members of council. This is Nick Borges, Police Chief. I think Ms. Riley did explain that exactly how it is my understanding of that cost.
Thank you, Chief, and thanks for your service today in Salinas. In regards to accident reports, we charge a cost for that. Does that matter if you're the victim or, I mean, because some of these people, it was not any fault of theirs. They come down and they just want to get a report for their insurance. Do we still charge $25 for that if you're a victim?
Well, we're asking to lower that fee because we are one of the highest charging police departments in the county. We were charging $50 for a police report, irregardless of your involvement in a crash, even if it's a hit and run, whether or not we respond or you come to the police station to file a report. It was very high, very difficult for our residents. So we are asking for a reduction in just the paper cost, what it costs us to print a copy.
Thank you for that explanation. I had a neighbor come up to me and a car hit his car on our road on Darwin. And he was greatly concerned that he had to pay at no fault to him, that he was just somebody hit him. Thank you for your service. Thanks for the questions.
Anyone else? I would just say we have to remember as council, the costs of these fees are what it takes to provide the service. So you can't personalize it too much by saying, you know, that person has to pay. That's what it costs for us to deliver the service. Jessica started off by saying, by law, we cannot charge more than it reasonably costs. So we're not making any profit off of any of these charges to do these services. And when you start saying some services should have no cost or too low of a cost, you end up charging more somewhere else or not delivering that service. So there's no winners or losers. It's just that's what the surveys say we should reasonably charge. Council member Alexis Garcia Zola made sure we highlighted that we are probably undercharging you, but after a while, it's inappropriate for us not to resurvey what is the true cost to provide these services. But that doesn't mean it's not hard for a person to pay them. That just means that's what it costs for us to deliver them. So at a certain point, that's where you have to draw a balance. Continue on. Let's get to the conversations. I guess the next one is position control.
That's all we had for the presentation for tonight. It was through the fee schedule, and then we were going to turn it back to the council for a council discussion.
Okay.
I put together this slide this morning based on some of the things that I heard last night. So there were more things discussed tonight. So this will not be a comprehensive list, but just a few ideas that I threw up there. And
Right. No, I think someone needs to have the ability to adjust that list as we talk, so we can see it in real time. And that'll help us to focus on what we want to do. Is there any body that wants to go first and just get straight to your ask about what you want to adjust or how you want to adjust the budget? We don't need a lot of whys and what fors unless another council person wants you to explain. But you asking for that number indicates that's what you want done. So anybody wants to go first?
I can go first.
Okay.
But I have one question first though. You found some money tonight in the different areas, and I forgot how much, but it was partly in recreation and partly in somewhere else that was significant dollars. Just
I
wanna
thought someone said like 150, 135. I ain't talking about, it's 20, you found 25 first.
25, yes.
And then you came up with the too much in the
We did the math and it was right on par.
so I had to strike that out. Okay, no, that's what we're talking about.
I
That's
just
why-
wanted to make, yeah.
So 25 for rec, and then I think you guys talked about the 30 from the plastic.
Right.
And there was some other stuff you say you found too. Did you?
Well, there's an underestimate on the fire revenue. However, I think that there's going to be some other small adjustments in fire department as well. That are
So you
probably,
leave that in fire.
yes, I do.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. All right, go ahead. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, throw out 3 ideas and then one broader thing. So I'm suggesting $3,000 for Sunday Blues. $5,000 safety net for the Walk of Fame. The Broadway, however you want.
They said that rolled over.
Now we have, because I know we spent more last year and I was concerned.
The total between last year that's rolling forward and
Hold on. From your recollection, how much will they have to spend, the council have to spend on Broadway Walk of Stars?
48,000.
Or roughly 48.
And then how much did we spend last year? I thought it was much higher.
Well, we had a budget of 50,000 and we have some remaining, so we didn't spend that. Yeah.
Okay.
You have 48 in there now. What do you want?
That's, if we can do it with that, I thought it was like, I saw $60,000 or $70,000, but that's, maybe I'm wrong on that. And then.
So
10,000 for SNP.
So I'm sorry. So are we removing the 5,000 for the Broadway Walk of Fame? It's 48 in there now.
Yeah, I'm fine with that to remove it. I'm just, I'm hesitant, but I'll just leave it as 48,000. Based on staff saying that they can deal with the 48,000 at the same level of service. 10,000 for SNP. And no more, that I would bless or recommend as such. And then on a larger ticket item, and I don't even know the numbers because it got very confusing. And the wiser minds up here, I'm sure can figure it out, or you can figure it out. The focus on one walkway at Lincoln Cunningham Park with the plan and then the construction, whatever that is, because we really didn't get a number, but at least a completed project basically, and then the following years. But again, I didn't get a number to even throw that out. I don't even know that money, how much money, how we would find that money, but it'd just be a marquee project's important. And that park is important because of the master plan, et cetera, back in 205. So
we didn't get a number on what would it cost to do any of the walkways over there. Did any come across yours, Victor, that you remember?
I don't have a number for it.
Patel said she may have a rough number.
And that's not doing the plan for the other park either. That's just Lincoln's Cunningham.
Yeah, I don't know that you can construct the path alone because there might be some other things that might get damaged, but if you do it first, but the last year I calculated it, and to do both parks, it was like $2.5 million. Just for the construction of just the walkway, the concrete.
Oh, okay.
So
No, okay, that's fine. But
Okay.
I'm saying that's our best number. We're just gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do from up here. That was good?
yeah, I'm just gonna keep it simple due to the tightness of the budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. You added 2 million and you're talking about tight budget.
Well, the small, I ain't gonna get that.
No, but that, you never, it's up to 3 people. So you throw your cards on the table. Anybody else want to take a stab at what they support, don't support, add to, I won't say subtract, you subtract by not supporting it. And then I think we'll come up with a total, and then we have to see where that money comes from. Okay, yeah, go ahead, council member.
Did I hear you correct, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, that you mentioned $10,000 for SNP?
Yeah. Because we budgeted at mid-year $10,000. So that's the only reason. That's one of the reasons.
I'm gonna have to say no to that. So I'm not gonna support that one. Can I add what I want to see right now as well? In terms of recreation, I would want to see the senior excursions funded to 15,000. It's currently requested at 10,000.
What we want to record is the extra. So it's not the total 15, it's the extra 10,
Yeah.
Extra 5.
extra 5. Yeah,
Extra 5,
No,
extra 5,
yeah.
yeah. And then I would support for an extra 1,500 for the STEAM program supplies for the after school and intercession services for students, just to have a total of 10,000. I would like to increase 1,000 for teen events, so we can have it at 4,000.
Yeah.
Add one, yeah.
Add one.
Add one so we can have 4. I see here. You say rebudget climate action plan.
If you're looking at the version that you had from the previous night, I think look at the one on the screen because it's been updated. After the discussion from last night, that's been removed because in the discussions with the planning department, it was clear that they had sufficient budget already to do that.
Okay, okay. I would want to see. I don't know if it would fall under the family and community support, but have some money there. Actually, let me come back to that. Let me think that on that one a little bit more. But for now, that's what I would like to see. I need to do my math.
I think everybody does. So I'm glad that you're taking your time to think it through. Anyone else? Councilmember Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm comfortable with what we've heard the last 2 nights, and I'm comfortable with the way that this is structured. And I think it's been done very well and explained very well. And I also will second on all of these suggestions. I would like to see some money, if it's possible, for the Mayor Pro Tem's idea of helping with SNP and helping with spay and neuter, just because we have in some areas like the auto center and in other areas of Seaside, we do have a feral cat issue. And the reproduction on cats is exponential. I mean, so it could become a big issue. So I just wanted to hopefully support that program. Other than that, I'm in full support of this, and I think this is a good reflection of our priorities. So good work.
Anyone else? You want me to go first, or you still thinking? Okay, go ahead.
I agree with what we've discussed over the last 2 nights. I just don't remember how much we gave to SNP and how much they were actually, what that was gonna give us till what point. So I just would need to remember that before approving that. I'm concerned with the walkways being that the cost for just planning, right, isn't even giving us anything. So that hence the question marks, right? But everything else was, to me, is very valid, so I agree with it.
Okay, I guess I thought we should be putting some money in the medians. We've been talking about that for 2 years now, and that, like other things got stripped out. So I understand that, but I'm supportive of. I thought we had a price on that though, didn't we? Victor? Yeah.
We're rolling 292,000, I think, forward forward from the previous year. So that would be available, but I think that the estimate was over $1 million, right?
Yeah. See, thank you. See, I like 900 as opposed to 1,000,000, 999,999, right? But I'll take the 999. And then I thought we were talking about breaking up in phases, so I'm supportive of trying to get to, I don't know, that half, that 500,000 or 550. And I thought, Mr. Patel, you said that can get us that one phase done, that first phase done. And so if we have 280, what is the difference that we need to find, Victor? No, the total is 5, but 2 something. Is it 360?
About.
Well, 280.
You need 500 for the first phase? Is that what
Let's go with 550. Go 550, Victor.
$258,000.
258. Okay. All right. Okay. That's kind of like the only one. You know, I've been doing this for a while, so the first thing I have to do is find the money first and then list it, not just say where we get it from. So what I think I've been sharing with the council for a while here is we have the 500,000 in the social service grant account that the council always have the right to reserve to designate. And I ask that we designate it for things that we want, still keeping it as much as possible in that social services grant criteria. I think it's out of that 500. And what I'm getting to is, Victor, I think I'm a minus enough. And I think I'm gonna end up leaving like 75,000, if that makes sense, right? So as you guys are adding it to the list, I'm talking about what I can see being paid for, right? So we have to keep track of what's paid for, and then I think it's 75 left over that can go towards other stuff. Or can go in that pot of, with the plastics, with the 25 from the rec, and some other places that you may have, Victor. Okay, out of the 500, 100,000 goes to building healthy communities. And these are suggestions for the council. 100,000 to CPY, 100,000 to the Village Project. We've been discussing some things with the police chief around his CHAMP program / this community-wide program as it relates to youth, Neighborhood Opportunity Accountability Board. It's really a mentoring program, $50,000. I don't know if they'll use all of that, but how do you stand them up? And they may not take all of that. So it's just go for, put the initials NOAB, Neighborhood Opportunity Accountability Board. Then we've been also in conversations. I've been, me and Council Member Garcia has also been in communications with some people at CSUB interested in providing some interns for local government and training. So CSUB governmental interns, nowadays they want to be paid. So that's $50,000. It was a surprise to me too, but students need money, right? Then over the last few years, I know, again, Councilmember Alexis Garcia-Arzola has been talking about how do we do more domestic violence training. I put 20 in there, 20,000 there. I don't know if it'll take all that, but what does it take to have those, somebody come from an agency to come over? If there's savings there, then it'll fall up, and maybe by June 15th, we can figure out how much it really costs. Or maybe you guys may want to reduce that tonight. And then I see, and then we talked about the senior excursions. Was that already in there? Okay, so somebody already put 5. Okay, so that should leave 80 then, right? That should let 80.
You're,
Yeah,
you're
for the
talking
fund.
about taking the 500,000
Yeah.
that's already in the budget and
That's
you're just designating the numbers. So yeah, I
So
follow.
you like
Yeah.
that, don't you? See, everybody else put pressure on you. I'm taking pressure off.
Yeah.
So
I think what you're coming to a number where you're going to reduce that number,
reduce what number?
the 500,000 or no?
Yeah, no, we did. What I'm saying is, we're just, right now, all the things I said,
I'm
they're not
confirming
added to
that.
the budget.
Yeah.
Right? And so we have 80 left. And so now I think, the council has 80 more to work with. And so my calculations is what? Victor?
Well, we started with a surplus of 66,000. We added 25,000 from a line item reduction in recreation department. We had 30,000 from reduction from by removing the plastics ordinance for small business support. And then we reduced the social services grant by 80,000.
Okay.
And our total then to work with is 201,000.
201. And I would say we didn't do away necessarily with the plastic ordinance. It's just that this section of small business outreach support maybe could be funded by another entity. And I think I talked to the city manager about, we may have to come up with, council may have to come up with a list of citywide council priorities and turn that over to the Neighborhood Improvement Commission. Right? And give them opportunity to go through that list. Because I think that would definitely be in accordance with our strategic planning if they did some of the things that we ran out of money to do. So that's 221. So city clerk, why don't you just pull the Lincoln Cunningham Park, put it at the bottom. And put the, what is that? Put the, where's the medians at?
At the 258.
Yeah, put the 258 on top of right underneath the last 20 domestic violence. Okay, just separate those out a little bit. What? No, separate both. Put those two together and just separate them out. Yeah, group those two together.
The 258 and the
Yeah.
walkway.
Yeah, in the walkway. Yeah, do what you did, but just do it from training. Just go to training, the domestic violence training, and do enter and space. Okay, right. So what is that total on those top? Yeah. No.
I think you don't want to have the social services grants in there.
Yeah,
That was just you working through a calculation of how you might reduce it.
yeah, that's already accounted. Right.
I've got a number of 20,500.
Okay, I got you. So, okay. 20,500. No, I got you.
But I'll point out that there's some others at the top that
Still need funding?
that you haven't talked
That's a
about.
finance guy for you.
We talked about it last night, but you haven't talked about it tonight.
No,
So-
that's where we want to be. We want to catch it. So how much is that? How much do we have left out of the 221?
That puts us at, well, there's one item on here that I'll point out. All of you talked about all those items except for one, which is the add city standards detail. That's something that came to my attention late in the budget process and has not been funded. So that's an engineering request.
No, I understand that. I'm saying how much does that come to?
If I leave that 50,000 in, if I assume that you're gonna
Yeah,
approve that, then That brings us to 201,000 to the positive, and then 117,000 that we are looking at funding.
You say 201?
If I net the increases that we've identified with the additional costs, we still have 83,500.
Okay, so 83.
Yes.
So we all understand okay, Dominic, why don't you highlight, if you can, everything that's paid for? Does that make sense, Victor?
Yes.
Okay. What? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's paid for. It don't make a difference. Red, green, it don't make a difference. And Victor, is that paid for, that group right there? From Blues in the Park all the way to teen events.
Yes. Not
the 221.
Yeah, I thought we were looking at the red. The red down below, that's 420,000 of the social services grant, leaving 80,000 that has rolled into that number, 221,000 that we're looking to allocate. And then what I'm showing allocated so far is 50,000 for the engineering department, city standards detail, $7,000 of increased council travel budgets, $30,000 to increase council chamber improvements, $10,000 for city hall bathroom upgrades, $3,000 for Sunday Blues, $10,000 for SNP, $5,000 for senior excursions, $1,500 for after school and intercession programs, and $1,000 for teen events. So those all together add up to 117,500.
Dominic, remove the small plastic support thing. Yeah, we're just putting on there what we want to pay for. He's keeping track over the money. Okay.
So what I would do is
Speaking to the mic and
what I would do is take that list. Yes, that's right. That's the list. That's the list I just read through. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So when you look at that, tell us is it all funded?
It's all funded.
And then what is left?
It's all funded and there's 83,500 left.
Hold on, Dave. Come on. 83,000.
Right.
Okay. And everything's funded except the medians and the Lincoln Cunningham walkways.
Correct.
If we could add another suggestion, because we had a chance to think about it. The budget for sidewalks is 150. Sidewalks are a priority in this city for our residents. I would recommend 25,000 to get that to 175 because of the seriousness of our sidewalk program or lack thereof.
Okay, you're talking to us now.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm sorry, I was just
Yeah.
looking.
I'm
hoping.
No, what I'm saying is, I got you.
Yeah.
But the question is, for me, is can that work be done this year? Right? So
Yeah.
that's what we want to ask.
Please take-
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Me too.
Okay.
Here's John. I think.
Anybody disagree with that? Okay, so then take us down at 25, Victor. Anybody else going through every line item? There anything?
25,000 additional. Is that what he said?
And we need to change that title. That's not the travel budget for the council. I don't know where that got, we had to call it what it's appropriate to.
It's an allocation.
Allocation.
Adjustment.
Well, no, I'm saying, but in the
Oh,
book
okay.
is called something, but it's not just for travel.
Travel and training.
travel slash training.
Yeah.
But we also buy local tickets to nonprofit events. You know, just, you know, as we cut in the budget and we increase our travel, right? I mean, come on, let's tell the truth. So this is an opportunity to tell the truth. So take the travel out before we forget. And just travel, training budget, training, local sport budget, whatever city manager may come up with. Anybody, before we go to the next thing about how do we talk about the pathways or the medians and the pathways. Mayor Pro Tem, now we're to the heavy lifting now, so.
Without going into the pathways, I'm fine with what I see. That's a whole big different.
Okay. So, all right. You know, my understanding is, you know, we do have some money in our unassigned account. I believe it's roughly about, Victor, correct me if I'm wrong, about 3.5.
That's what's projected for the end of next year. Yeah.
That's what's projected. And that doesn't include our reserves, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, you know, my concept is, you know, we want to, well, these are things we're talking about providing for the community. What do? Do we have that money sit up in there and so we could just say it's sitting up there and we didn't go into, well, we already went into our, unassigned balance. City Manager Victor and them did some stuff to keep us going, and that's what's left. I think after a certain point, how long do we tell the citizens that we're going to go for a grant for that walkway or that trail way in the parks? And like I shared with you guys, I think 2 weeks ago, how long we're going to go with our medians looking the way they're looking. So I would ask that we, Victor, help me out again. What is the difference we need for about that 550 with the medians?
258. I think we had that on there.
Yeah, I wrote it right here. 258. I would ask that we put 258 into the medians from the unrestricted balance account, unassigned balance account.
Just briefly, two thoughts. I concur with the medians, because, you know, I lived here forever, and for 30 of those years, it looks like it is now, and worse. And, you know, we've tried different stuff. None of the ideas or what have worked. And it's a battle that we've lost for 30 years and beyond. So I'm being nice, so I can support that. I'm going to push again I'm not sure about the push, but I'm mentioning again that one park, the Lincoln Cunningham Trails, the plan, and to get it done. No other plans, just that focus on that one park and try to get up to, I'm assuming that one, from what I've heard the discussion, $1.2 million would get us there. We have some 360, we have certain monies in there. I don't know what the balance is. Maybe you come back on the 15th, but it'd be nice to get something done. That's a premier project. I can't think of the right word, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Right. Anybody else want to add to that? Just city clerk, just go down to the bottom. We're at the bottom now talking about adding the 258. Okay, so I thought the Mayor Pro Tem indicated his support. So anybody else before we move on? Okay. No, I mean, there's. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, if we're going to do the basketball court at Lincoln Cunningham and we're going to do the bridge there, for me, it makes sense what Mayor Pro Tem is saying, to focus on that kind of area, since we have two things that we're working on there. And of course, I agree with the medians. That's a huge, big cost. I thought it was over $1 million, but now we're saying it's less than $1 million I think we can revisit that and come up with a good plan. I just wasn't that impressed with where we were going with this. I think we can do something that makes more sense for a cheaper price, or figure out something else that we can do there.
Anyone else? I think we have a plan for it, so that's the ask, and that's, you guys have to make your own determination. Okay. All right, so what's next? What do you guys want to do next then? If there's no support for that, then that's fine. Yeah, that's what. Well, I'm looking for, well, speak up. So we can move on, because the heavy lifting is.
I thought we were taking public comment, sorry. I thought you were trying to get us to comment on things. So I was.
Okay, I'm sorry, no. Okay.
But yeah, I definitely do support the medians. I think it's long overdue. I think Fremont, like it was mentioned, well, I've been here on this earth 25 years, and it's been like that for 25 years.
You've been a long time.
So I think it's long overdue and need repairs. And one, it increases safety for our residents. When we have crumbling infrastructure, not only do we put our residents in harm's way, but I think we need to really invest in revitalizing the look of the city as well, and any way helps. So I definitely do support the medians in that aspect.
I agree. The medians, I would just assumed we were doing them, so.
No, I got you. I'll just make two comments while you guys get your thoughts together on the next, on the walkways and how we meet that challenge. Sometimes, it's easy for us to fall back on, hey, and don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about you guys. Hey, let's support the parks. Let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do that. But sometimes, not sometimes, quite often, you need to present your city and keep the upkeep of your city going as a council, right? It's easy to go because that's what the citizens want, the parks, they want the programs, they want that. But it's the reason why we cut the grass. It's the reason why we have signs that says, welcome to Seaside. It's the reasons for that, right? So it's not just, hey, let's do the medians to do the medians. It's the medians is your city, right? And every day. So we're going to talk about, could you put everybody to support it down like everything else? All right. So, right. So we're breaking it in half, and hopefully, we'll keep going and we're able to, find the rest of the money next year. So now let's talk about the Cunningham thing, the pathways. How much is in there already, Victor, again?
Give me a minute.
And highlighted red. Yeah. I know it's not, we have to figure out
We're talking about
what-
these two numbers, right?
yeah, because I think,
6,900.
when you guys talk about reducing what it may cost is, if we focus the design on the length of linear feet that we can actually afford, then we're not paying for a design that we can't afford this time. And some people could say it's cheaper to do it all, but if all is, what is it, $650,000 before you lay it, move any gravel, maybe we might want to reduce that scope of work and put it into, some type of walkway that people can use step by step. I think that leaves, roughly about 3.255 in the unassigned. I'm not suggesting that we take it down to zero. I'm not suggesting to do it all in this 1 year, because next year you guys can have the same flexibility to do other stuff. But I do think what the mayor pro tem, and I think a couple other people said here, how do we tell the community we're committed to them and we're willing to take city manager that leap of faith that we can get it done, and not say, hey, woe is me, we can hold on to this money in case we may need it. And that's why I stressed from the beginning, this money is on top of our reserves. So that, well, I don't know why you have reserves and then you have a savings account that you don't touch, right? And if you don't have to, you let it build up. But after a while, the citizens are asking us, can we walk that pathway over there? And so that's why I know it's not easy necessarily going to the unassigned. And I shouldn't even say that. It's to be used, but it's down lower than what it was before. But that's because we had extra money coming in. But there's nothing wrong with us taking it down to zero. I'm just not suggesting that. But I don't want us to feel that we shouldn't be telling the citizens somehow we're doing something wrong because we're going into our checking account. Our reserves is our savings account. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, this is not my brilliant idea. This is probably yours or others that were part of the Blue Zone project. This city, each of you, each of us, designed that as a marquee project. Each of us decided that was a priority project. So by delaying what one considers a priority project for the city, in my mind, doesn't really work because prioritized to me means you get her done. And I think if we can just focus on design, building of Lincoln Cunningham and get that done, which is part of the 2005 master plan. So those walkways have looked bad in that one park for God knows how many, 20 years. Yes, since 2005, they saw the need then. And the other committee groups say this is something that we need, which is our residents. Therefore, it's a priority. Let's bite the bullet as such and get it done because that's what our residents are saying.
I would ask the council when we talk about bite the bullet, is that for some reason I wrote down 1.2. Oh, okay.
I think that
I think that's a fair number. But within that, city manager, say what the council says, going back and sharpening the pencils about what doing the bare design of the trail, right? Seeing how much we can get for that trail. And I throw that out to say, as a council, now we know where it's limited to, and we're not putting money to where you guys don't want to put it. The question is, does anybody else support the 1.2 additional? Or any thoughts, period?
Well, at this time, I agree with that. That park is a big park in our city. It is around a lot of students, around a lot of kids. That park is in desperate need. And I understand the medians aesthetically, they make our city look nicer, but kids aren't going to be playing in our medians. For me, kids that are one of our top priorities here. And if we symbolize that, then put in the investment into Lincoln Cunningham will pay high dividends. And that park to me is a park that I've been greatly concerned about, like the Mayor Pro Tem said. So I'm in favor. Of course, we don't want to bring it down to zero, but I'm in favor of looking at ways to get that done and improving that park, considering it's in the area where so many of our residents reside. So.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree with both Councilmember Miller and Pacheco. Because we need that. We need it in the city, our students need it, and all of our community needs that space to be usable.
Okay. Councilmember Garcia-Zola.
I'm going to say yes, just because when we did the Oldemeyer Center's park revamp, it was roughly around the same cost. And I share this because a couple weeks ago, I spoke to a group of AP students at Seaside High School who asked me specifically about that park. And I committed to them then and there, and I'm committing here as well. So you guys gave me my medians. I'll give you guys your Lincoln Cunningham Park. I think you got it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, for me, it's, we can take this money, and I'll be short. We can take this money and do anything we want, right? In a sense, right? And what I mean is, we could take it and we could pour it back into other CIP projects that were on the list that staff may think is more appropriate, right? But at the end of the day, it's our budget to adjust as we feel the community would support, and not all of them are going to support it. But that's not the point. The point is for us to move this community forward with a budget that reflects our values, and our values and our priorities are keeping our facilities up, keeping our roads going, all the wonderful stuff that's on that list, internal stuff that people can't see half the time, and then things that they can see. And some of those are parks, and then some of those are the medians. And after a while, you just have to do stuff that ain't been done in 30 years, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're here to do. So, Victor, Finance Director Demiani, when you look at what we just did, is everything funded to the best of your knowledge?
Yes. If what we're saying is we're going to, on the operating side, we're going to still show a $58,000 surplus, but on the capital side, we're going to spend down, what says 1.2 and 258. Another 1.5 roughly million of the unallocated fund balance.
Right.
So that's there, but I would ask just one question on the long-term forecast. I use an assumption that we're going to spend 3.5 million in capital from the general fund each year, but that assumption is showing us going dipping into our rainy day reserves. So would the council like me to continue with that assumption or change the assumption?
Well, that assumption goes out to when?
That's 5 years out.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's for you, the city manager, to figure out what you're going to recommend not paying for. So that's what I'm saying. See, you can't, we're gonna run out, and so you guys shouldn't do the parks. You're gonna run out because you shouldn't do, the meetings. You're gonna run out because you shouldn't do the things that we didn't put in the budget. At a certain point, the council is going to make that decision. So as you go forward, then you guys have to show us what is your priority to make sure you don't dip in. And if you have to dip in, then we have to dip in. But I don't, for me right now, to say, well, we may dip in 5 years from now, so the kids go without, well, the parents and the kids have to walk on that gravel of what you call Lincoln Cunningham, right? We can't redo the bridge. And then we'll, of course, cut out the medians. So then we go another 10 years without the medians. I mean, just me personally, I think we owe our community a little bit more. And I know you and the city manager agree, we owe our community a little bit more. And so maybe we will have to take a look at that next year and see where to tighten up. Over the last, city Mayor Pro Tem, we have put in several millions of dollars in our parks. Maybe besides Lincoln Cunningham, maybe besides the bridge, maybe we don't put that much money into the other parks. I don't know. Okay. But I think you already told us that in 2024, you have a list of numbers that you already know things would be cut out.
That's right.
Okay.
So
let the mayor Pro Tem.
Just kind of going along is that one, this is my opinion, this council is making decisions for this year.
Yeah.
No, you have to look at 4 or 5 years. The economy may blow up or it may grow. Life changes in 12 months. We've seen that, i.e. COVID. And my personal, and always been my personal, and I think the mayor will say that I gave him about this community wants to see things physically done, where they can touch and feel it. We do a lot of stuff, for lack of a better word, that moves paper, that necessary to, it's necessary, but just, but some of these projects physically is touchable, they see results, they know their dollars are working. And I think that has value. So I think we value life changes in a year, in 12 months or 10 months, or even at the mid-year budget review. And then we look at it again. But in the meantime, if we can get these things done to include the medians, 50%, and that Lincoln Cunning Park, this fiscal year, it will touch hundreds and thousands of lives. Because when people right now, when they drive down Fremont and they see weeds and bushes and sometimes 3-4 feet high, depending on the season, it's, the comments are not nice, and rightfully so. When they walk on that park for Lincoln Cunningham and other parks, when there's safety issues and health issues, that's not nice. And this is again recommended in 2005. Therefore, there's a need. So let's take care of that need that we can see now while we can, and then hopefully the budget, we get 3 or 4 buildings, and we get the hotel built, whatever happens, and we get more revenue in, market turns around and we'll evaluate it, or bad or good. But now we can get some physically things done that changes lives. And that's what we're supposed to do if we can.
Mayor, remember, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, I definitely agree that we have to invest where we can, when we can. But I also want to know, I would like to see that impact that you're mentioning, right? I think it's our duty as public servants to know how to explain this better to the constituency 5 years out. I think it's better for us to also be prepared. I'm not saying no to this, I'm saying yes, but I think also we need to learn from both sides, both financially, because although Councilmember Pacheco said that the economy can go up or it can go down, but the way it's looking right now, it's looking like it's going down. So it's kind of rocky. And I think just for me, for my personal sake, I would feel comfortable to have a report or just a financial outlook to best prepare myself for the best or for the worst. And again, what we have designated there, we can or we might not complete in one fiscal year. So that's why I'm comfortable as well with this, because like you mentioned, mid-year budget review, we can look at things and see what's working and what's not. But I think also not letting our guard down and having that little information in our back pocket would best serve each and every one of us on this dais. So I'm not sure if I'm making myself.
Well, I'll mention that you will have that report, because when I revise the budget, the long-term forecast will change with these changes, so that you know that I mentioned I added a red line that showed us dipping below the rainy day reserves. That line's going to dip further below the orange line. But that's based on this assumption that we're going to spend $3.5 million each year on capital.
Yeah. So, you know, sometimes we do tend to cringe when we're going a little down or spending a little more, but when it's for the sake of the community, you kind of have to swallow it and say, let's go all in. So thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, to be clear, the finance manager and myself are appreciative of the fact that you've trusted us to put together these forecasts and these budgets, and we do so out of a place of affection for the community that we serve. And I know a lot of work was put into those projections. They're as accurate as we can make them, and we'll keep refining them. And we understand that if we were that good at predicting things, you and I would probably be hedge fund managers and not here. So it's hard to say, but at least we will revise them, do the best we can, give you some alternatives as to if things go further south, what we would do to adjust if things pick up, which they very way the debt ceiling was dealt with. There's a lot of imponderables on both sides. Yes, a hotel is coming on board that will bring in substantial TOT revenue. On the other hand, we're putting up a fire station that will require 9 new fire FTEs and probably an assistant police chief within the next couple of years. On the other hand, that is made to service campus town. That could go out a little further, vitiate the need to bring them on board as quick as possible. So for everything that I say is positive, there's a negative and vice versa. But staff will do the best we can to continue giving you the information. Our number one assumption being we'll do the best we can for the public. The money's tight, and I appreciate the mayor and you looking at the CSG grant money and actually being very creative on that. That shows a lot of initiative on the behalf of the council, and we're going to do everything possible to make the scenario work and to make it work and keep the risk within the acceptable range. But we would not be doing our job if we weren't Debbie Downers from time to time. But that's not our intent. Our intent is to provide you the best financial information and forecasting. So we'll do our best to carry out your wishes and come up with all kinds of contingency plans for the benefit of the public, for the benefit of the goals you want us to carry out. We'll do it.
Anyone else before we close, before we get out of here? I would just say two things. Three. First is thank you for that, right? And then the second one is that, you know, I don't look at you guys taking us or Debbie Downers or anything like that. I look at you guys as the professionals that you are, offering the best information that you have. But where I push back is that when it comes to community concerns or community wants and needs, and then we say if we use that money, then that'll dip us further behind the so-called line, right? But half of that or all of that is our decision to make. But if we really didn't want to dip below that line, then we would just cut out some of those other CIPs that we may not really need, right? I mean, you know, $70,000 here or there, $70,000 for fixing the doors to City Hall. Those doors been like that for 3 or 4 years, right? So the thing is, this is a thing that we consider us moving the community forward. It's not against you guys. It's not against your predictions. It's not as though we don't care about it, but we have to move Seaside forward, and that means investing in ourselves. And at a certain point, the community says they want these investments, and that's what we need to do. And after a certain point, saying, well, that may put us in the hole 5 years from now. They may say, I still want to park, but I don't want that pipe, right? You know, so that's where we're balancing here. It's not like we're not listening to you. Okay, and then the third one is excellent presentation for the budget study session. You guys are right on the numbers. We know 1,000 line items, numbers that get jiggled here and there, but you were right on it. You bounced right back. You got us to this point where we're able to fund everything that we think we need to fund, like the city manager said, you know, mid-year budget review. If we need to do things there, then we'll take the appropriate options that you guys give us at that point. We'll go to item number. Did you have anything, Finance Director? Is there anything you want us to do now and decide now so we're prepared for the 15th to make a final decision?
I was just going to say I have all the direction I need, and I'll bring back a revised budget on the 15th for you to take a look at.
I did have one more question. You said we have 58 left over, and I'm going to that arc welding fire thing. Is that really does not need to be done, or is it just cut out because you told them to find the money? I just don't want someone to have a, you know, accident if we have the money on the table.
Well, no,
Okay.
well,
So
normally
he'll take care of it. He knows what I'm talking about. That's fine. That's fine. All right, so we'll go to item number 7. Well, let's try to do this. Let's see if there's anybody out there for, no, nobody's out there. Okay, all right. Let's go to item number 7, which is adjournment. There being no further business. I do want to thank all the staff for all you guys' work for preparing the budget. We know it's not easy. City manager did a great job of pushing you guys and cutting the budget as much as possible. We appreciate him, and we appreciate all the staff members working together to cut where you did cut as you deem fit and appropriate. We know it's not easy. There being no further business, we stand adjourned.